Hello everyone, it's Devil Friday. Are we lesbian enough? Are we down Yuri style? Are we ready to guag guag the PP? No wait, that's the other one. Never mind. Gurkok. I'm ready to guag guag the Gurkok and see some more of the devil action. I hope so. Sorry, I almost effed up, but then I realized that I did not F up. Actually, I'm just goated with the sauce like that. Hello everyone, welcome back. I genuinely don't know if I can finish the whole thing. Probably not. I feel like as chapters are going to process in this game, they're going to get longer and more convoluted. So there's a high chance that I might not be able to finish the whole game tonight. In that case, we're going to be seeing more of the devil content next week. Yay! You know? But yeah, I'm still just like hella hyped to see what else is on the menu. So, I don't know. I think Detective Fest is still on, by the way. Let me just check, because I haven't checked the store front page in a while. Yeah, Detective Fest is still on, so if you guys want to get this game, maybe it has a discount on it. I'm gonna actually check to be informative enough. Of the devil. Episode 1 is actually discounted, by the way, so if you want to get it, it's probably a good time to do so. I don't know, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Get the game, it's good. And chapter 3, wait, I wanted to check. They did announce chapter 3, but I'm not sure if they announced a release date. No, nothing. Oh, they said that it's gonna be this year though, so it's probably the end of the year. Okay. Alright. Sorry. I'm too excited. Let's fucking go. Give me a moment to set things up, because I had the game muted. Alright. Let us go. Oh my god, I have to find where was I? Uh, 23.9. Oh, this has to be the one then. I think this was my last save. Oh, okay. So, augh Holdings is not part of House Icaria? No, it is. House Icaria is comprised of the literal Icaria family, the Icaria Financial Group, and augh Holdings. But each of these parts is a separate identity from the others. That is very confusing. No, it's... Well, yes, it can be confusing, but it protects us. Protects the IFG? No, protects the house from itself. If everyone in the Icaria family was a member of the IFG, and the IFG was called the Icaria family, that'd be so much simple. I know it would be simple, but that's... Who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? Are you addressing your question to me? I've never met the man. Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head, and cuffed you. If you say so. I told you I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room. Oh my god, wait! Is Morgan angry that the fucking cop is making Emma wait? Oh, she's such a toxic lesbian, Chad. Chime in at any time. Apologies, Adonai. I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Roger? You find his socials or something? I found a news story attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some man at the top of some stairs. Right now, what's the headline? City Council members thank heroic officer for his service. Oh, well, that makes sense. How can it? Emma's outranked. If the politicians decided now was the time to do photo ops, she doesn't have the pull to go against them. Oh yeah, please like the stream. Are Officer Chopin's parents there? Yes, both of his fathers were present. Adoptive fathers? Are you trying to make me feel better? Adoptive or not, they are his parents and their pain is real. Of course. But that pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? If you're feeling guilty, Sosuke, please get it out of your system before the trial resumes. I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. But that doesn't make it right. Taking a life. Parents having to outlive their children. Oof. And here I thought you'd been all about filial piety? You telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke? Patriarch Daisuke, sorry. Of course I would. And force him to outlive his son? How could you? Adopted son from a branch family. Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself? Oh yeah, because he was also adopted into the family, so okay, it's really confusing. Unless they gotta pull some bullshit that Daisuke actually fucked his mom or something, and he's also a shareholder next to Makoto. But then that would make Makoto his nephew. But I don't think that's gonna... I don't think they're gonna make it that complicated. I feel like they're really just looking for a scapegoat, but who knows. Daisuke Kariya could have let me waste away when the rest of Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of a power, a seat of honor. A subservient seat. A seat subservient? Not the one at the top. I don't know the rest of your birth family, Sosuke. I didn't know. Retaliation for the fall of the leaves. Quite a dignified way to refer to the Ikariya killing all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Wait, what? Anyway, it was my understanding that was a complete and total victory. Wait, pause. Yeah. So Sosuke's parents died when the blue bloods, during the murders of the blue bloods? Oh, jeez. The kind that left the blue bloods incapable of counterattacking. Very nearly so. Do you disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke? Of course not. The barbarity of the house enemies left it with no other choice but to act. Wait! So he's at the very least 30 years old? Okay. I remember that. No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it. Who told you that? Do we? Oh! Should we say it was Mirei? You know what? I'm gonna check. And if I like the answer, I'll keep it. If no, I'm gonna say don't know. I'm gonna say don't say. She said her name was Mirei. Oh, I got 3 buckaroos out of that. Who is she? A powerful member of the house on the side of Aurea. Slow down, loose lips. I didn't ask for her whole life story. What? Oh, sarcasm. Sorry, I'm just surprised. Surprised that she would take a personal interest in the outcome of this affair. So, did that message mean anything to you? I'm not sure. You're a terrifically helpful client, you know that. There's something you should know about me, Morgan. About the Hound of Ikariya. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or a head of security. And I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The Hound of Ikariya is the house's personal assassin. What? What happened to the House of Ikariya being refined? Elevated above their criminal past? The house is elevated. That status has granted it more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably. Undeniably? What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people and they need to know who it's from. You kill so that the other houses in the nobility know it was the Hound. But can't prove that House Ikariya was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally and their humiliation of being outplayed ensures that death stay out of the papers. So the entire police forces can descend on a joy walker caught by a reflection off of a dash cam. But the nobility gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief, flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought, a very pure expression of power. So all that talk of you being Makoto's head of security, that was all true. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year. Did your courier business dry up? Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role. And what you said about guarding the previous heir, waving your katana around as soon as you could walk, the circumstances were different then, too. Why tell me now? Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed it. No, why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly you've got some deeply held desire to rot in a prison since you won't help me win this case. But what happened in the last 5 minutes that you suddenly got cold feet? I don't know. Yesterday I thought you were just some outsider in over their head who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today I think you're an outsider in over their head who could stay afloat with a lifeline. Me too, buddy. Literally me too. Hello, Berry Tower, welcome. His hair, what's with it? It's kinda hot. Not gonna lie. I love Sosuke. Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me. Oh, we're in the somber field. Let's go. I'm sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer. I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier, and I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested I shouldn't speak about those kinds of things since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that. But soldiers and assassins do exist in this world, and they are still people. And I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, cupcakkeah? No, Sarah. But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist. Mortal, Jesus. Bullets are very fast. That is true. She's so cute! That's my baby! I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming. Tell me more. No, my baby's on an enrichment again. Okay, 1227, Jesus. August 15th, 2086. Courtroom 408D. 48. So, you and your partner were the second officers to arrive at the scene. Oh, finally we're meeting that fucking asshole. Oh, never mind, it's London. Hi, London. That's correct, ma'am. When the 10999 went out, my partner and I were relatively center city. We were within jogging distance and the site altered an elevator ride, so we proceeded on foot. Roger still hasn't shown. Emma must have rushed London to adjust to the reshuffled docket. I assume he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted. We arrived at the premises at 12:21 p.m. At 12:27 p.m., we assisted Officer Roger in completing his arrest of the suspect. What did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man. That's a good bit! We helped Roger finish cuffing the suspect. Is what I meant. His hands were shaking. Your witness, counselor. Okay, safe. I fucking hate blackjack. Hi, Fiona. Welcome. Alright. I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about all this yesterday, but complaining about a detective not being forthcoming with the defense isn't exactly a winning strategy. He didn't hesitate to show me his involvement with the mafias yesterday. What's he got left to hide? Why were you nearby? How'd you clear the building? Were your body cams on? Let's try the body cams. Don't question, detective, but did you have your body camera on? Officers aren't required to turn on body cameras when responding to an emergency, counselor. And detectives aren't required to wear body cams at all. Like I said, don't question. What about your partner? But like, it's Reyes. She probably didn't have anything to do with it. Reyes is still just the detective in the same approximate level as London. Let's stay about this one. Why were you nearby? Why were you and your partner in Center City that night, detective? Well, to be honest, I hadn't eaten dinner yet and I was really in the mood for some kind of hot soup, you know? And my partner was kind enough to indulge me on taking a drive. That's all he's gonna say. It's not like I can call him a compromised witness just because he was in the area, but... what the hell is there even in to press when his answer is that simple? I'm almost tempted to... Was the soup good? Wait, I feel like it's so stupid, but I gotta ask. Was the soup any good, detective? I never got any in the end. Had this hole in the wall place in mind, but when we got there, turned out that they'd gone out of business last month. It had been a while since I've last stopped by. I feel like this is stupidly gonna be important somehow, okay? The soup is gonna be important, trust me, bro. I made enough soup to know it. I guess I always knew they weren't that successful, but I thought... honestly, I thought I'd lose some of its... it'd lose some of its charm if it got popular. Maybe if I hadn't been so selfish, they'd still be here. You never know how much you'll miss that 7 out of 10 restaurant until it's gone, you know? Oh my god, can I talk about it? This is so real. There was a ramen place where I live that I really like because it had like relatively good prices and they had like the best spicy ramen that was just my favorite, okay? And guess what? Eventually it closed down. I miss it to this day because it was cheap and it was affordable and it was in a good spot and I'm just like... now I can only have expensive shitty ramen. I hate it here. Yeah. Your Honor, relevance? It's not relevant, but it is poignant and deeply human. I'll allow it! Or I won't punish it at all, at least. Now, ask a real question! Right away, Your Honor. Okay, you know what? The soup was fun. Alright, how'd you clear up the building? And how did you and your partner go about clearing the building? I took point and my partner covered me, checking the rooms behind us as we went. It was tense, searching the rooms with that racket blaring from upstairs. You were still searching for suspects even though there was a 10999 on the 3rd floor? Rogers had already reported the manner of his partner's death, counselor. We weren't gonna run upstairs to try and defibrillate. How was that report made? Overcomes around 10:17 p.m. Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a 10999? It's one of the several valid approaches the department advises in critical scenarios. Did you ever lose sight of your partner? That is important. Did you ever lose sight of your partner? I might have. So she might have lost sight of you. Speculations, Your Honor? If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not speculations, Your Honor, just grade school logic. Overruled. Spill the deeds, witness. Yes, me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. For more than a minute, I'd say. Interesting. So I guess we do check about the body cams because the soup didn't give us anything. But by any chance, did your partner have a body camera going on? Perhaps out of a characteristic abundance of respect for the rules? Matter of fact, I believe she did. So, of the first 4 of our city's brave policemen to arrive at the scene of a crime, only one of them thought to turn their body cam on. It's my understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on as it had broken earlier in the week, but that guy's been breaking fucking cams every single time! That's why we hate cops! Fuck Rogers! And Tariq Chopin? I don't know why he didn't have his on. Ooh, he didn't have his on either. Does Emma know? Does Officer Rogers? Thank you for giving us all that to chew on, Detective London. Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful. No, I mean it. I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. Shall we review the footage together? I wonder if we can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he received in between his arrest and when his mugshot was taken. Redirect, Your Honor. Really? What is she doing now? Prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked their questions. Adonai just had the chance to ask her own questions during the cross-examination. After the cross-examination, the people can redirect if they have additional questions for the witness. So it isn't just one for them and one for us? More like an eye for an eye until justice is blind and bloody. She wants another round. Why? Just stalling? Detective London, are you aware of an ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Hound of Icaria? Oh, they're just gonna fucking drag my boy around. Oh, fuck you, Emma. Fuck you. And I will. Not stalling. Approach, Your Honor. Wait, do I finally get to say the line? Hold on, this is happening so fast! Okay. So you're a prawn? A prawn? They're already here! This Hound of Icaria is obviously some kind of case file that the Organized Crimes Department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it. Homicide, organized crime, is there a big difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the Organized Crimes Unit. Oh, but guess what? London is guilty of helping the mafia. So I guess this part is where we're trying to navigate and like help each other out, you know, like, hey, I'm gonna ask the right questions to not make you guilty. You're gonna help me not make my client look guilty. Maybe London / Morgan does have a basis on. Maybe there is something to think about there. What? You didn't know that? Where are you taking this, Emma? I hate to admit it, but I think I need the spoilers as well. If you ask him about this, what's he gonna say? That the Hound of Icaria is an assassin who lives calling cards at each of his kills, terrorizing the house's perceived enemies without shame, and that the lead suspect in those cases is a man around Sosuke's age and height, with grey-blue hair, a modded spine, and a large tattoo of a dog across his back. Sosuke, you vain son of a bitch! You gotta make me with your shirt off! Sosuke, you dumb bitch! You deserve to go to jail! Why is this so stupid? He sneezes. Sosuke, that is. Dumbass. Sit up. Bless you. You cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honor. But I really want to. If organized crimes wanted to arrest Sosuke, they should have done so already. He's on a trial here today for these 5 counts and nothing else. The defense has once again claimed that their client is merely some veteran who's been victimized by greater forces. But the police believes that he is in fact the deadliest soldier the Icaria have on their disposal. That's not irrelevant. No, it's just prejudicial as hell. I hope I pronounced that right. I've never seen that word before. Ugh, curse fighting! But obeying the legal precedent. But attention, the human drama! He'll just be giving a summary. The case file won't enter the record. So you won't even give me the chance to object to the evidence. Your Honor, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled with seconds and I'll have my client served up a mistrial before the day's through. And some other lucky adjutant will get to have all the rest of the fun. I'll sever the jury's feet for the time being. I'd like to hear exactly what the witness has to say before ruling this as testimony's conclusion. Inclusion, Jesus. But Your Honor, the gallery... It's not your concern, nor the concern of the justice. This trial will remain open to the public. Until such a time as I or the state feel it shouldn't be. Decision made! Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, fuck you, Emma. Fuck you! What just happened? The jury's gonna take a bathroom break. Emma will go to ask her questions, but... in all likelihood, the adjutant will make sure they never hear the answer. So we aren't any worse off? Sosuke might be. What do you mean? This gallery is filled to the brim with cops. They all think he killed Chopin. If London regales us all with tales of the Hound's exploits on top of that... Don't worry, Sosuke, they can't do anything to you here. Because we're in a courtroom. I won't spend the rest of my life in this room, Sarah. And even if I could, I wouldn't. Oh. Detective London, if you would. Please testify as to the... Oh, for real? Your Honor? What now? Hey, Rockford, that witness guy who flaked on you made you look dumb? Yes? He's finally here! Oh my god! Oh my god, we were saved! Holy shit, we were saved! Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions for the witness at this time. Really? But the redirect fizzles out! Counselor, you wanna snap it up? No, Your Honor. Dang, Detective London. Nobody wants to talk to your ass! At my boy London! Leave my man alone! I wanna give him a head pat. Miss Rockford, let it go. She doesn't hold anything back in the courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance of victory. If the jury wouldn't hear it either way, and she has no need to stall for time, she won't stoke the coals for the fun of it. So if you hadn't fought against the redirect up to the very last moment... Wait. Oh fuck, I wanted to check the other sprite. Let me get bullet caught, huh? Yeah, nothing impressive about putting my arm between the gun and my... heart? I was gonna say stomach. The analogy seems weaker somehow. Alright, I gotta save. Who is that bastard? Who is the bastard? Does he gotta be... I just know it. Oh no, that was the blackjack. Miller's autopsy was updated and we figured out that it was probably not the katana that killed him, obviously. Trey's autopsy... and that was the wood splinter. Okay. There he is. The man of the hour. The hero who put a stop to the Hound of Icaria and brought justice to the city over the loss of its favored son, Tariq Chopin. Oh my god! Are we dead ass? Yeah, you know what? This bitch deserves to go to jail just because of fucking being an indecent fucking asshole. Oh my god, receding hairline looking ass bitch. Patrol Officer Rogers reporting for duty. You don't have to say that. Oh, sorry, then just reporting for duty. Name and occupation. Patrol Officer Huey Rogers, occupation Patrol Officer. I fucking hate you already! I wanna punch him! Oh my god, it's a fucking Gemini, of course. 184 centimeters and 75 AB minus. Police officer, lower wards patrol, likes saltwater, rosemary, graffiti art, dislikes sand, marshmallows, the lottery. Wakes up at 5:30 AM, can't stand mice and balance, easily upset. Oh my god. Why are you fucking happy? I'm sorry, male Geminis are my pet peeves. I'm sorry, y'all are my pet peeves. And I'm not even that big on horoscope. But I have a couple of friends who are. And they would back me up. Former partner of Tariq Chopin. Apologies for earlier. It's fine. The court understands that the city council had need of you. My roommate is a Gemini. Your roommate will be prosecuted in the court of law for being birthed at the wrong time as the wrong gender. I'm sorry. Force fem that boy! Force fem that man! Do they do the handshaking thing? What the fuck is a handshaking thing? You guys are giving me more reasons to pick on male Geminis. But I said my name wrong. Won't happen again. And your tardiness? What's that? Being hours late to this trial? Did I not set a reminder? Oh my god. Please. Please tell me that this is a fucking stupid act and he did kill that cop. I swear to god. I need this man to be the murderer. Otherwise I'm going to be really upset. Yep. Does seeing him here in the flesh jog your memory at all? No. Not at all. I think this guy would be pretty hard to forget. He must have sustained quite the concussion then. As an appetizer. From what I saw, he's lucky nothing important leaked out of his ears. Shall we begin, Officer Rogers? Right, from where? The start! Oh, well, it was pretty boring. I mean, normal night. Me and Chopin were just driving our route, windows down. He was always getting car sick and the windows weren't down. Then around 9:45 or so, my partner heard shots fired. So off we went. What does that mean? Well, I mean, shots echoed down in the lower ward, so I wasn't too sure about the direction. But my partner was confident that it have something to do with the Blue Bloods. That area is a known hotspot. As we neared the street, we saw people slinking away from it. We've got the message. People can sense that kind of trouble even when they don't know it. Something bad had gone down and no one wanted anything to do with it. Front door wouldn't budge. I peeked around into the alley, but the fire escape was out of commission. So the fire escape was broken by the second killer already? Maybe it isn't the cop, but I feel like it should be. Because you know that Morgan left through the front door, and because of the door's nature, it automatically closed behind her and locked. Then my partner shot clean through the door handle. Chopin was that determined to get inside based on some echoed gunshots and a few context clues. Suppose context clues are most of what I used to find the place too, but... So when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked. Yeah, and so we had a strong reason to believe the shooter was still in the vicinity. I was in favor of waiting for backup at the point, but my partner, he was convinced the place was dead empty already. I mean, we did talk to the security. Wait, does our conversation with Han will mean nothing then regarding the door? Like, we do know that the door has an automatic lock system, so someone could actually leave through it and it would lock behind them. So he was moving a good bit faster than me right up until we got to the second floor and we heard a loud slam. A slam? What kind of slam? Like a slam? Or like a slam? Or like slam? I don't know, it was loud though. And Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead. Up to the third floor. Why? I feel like Chopin didn't went into this place with the kindest and warmest intentions. Like, I mean, I feel like he was hiding something too. Given how he was looking at Krieg's documents before he was killed, a lot of things could be said about him. After a bit, he yelled down to me saying everyone was dead and I should come join him. That's when I heard another heavy thud. I didn't know it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor. But I put 2 and 2 together when I saw that man there standing over him. Let the record show that the witness was finally identified as the defendant. If you heard the noise out of crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone. But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up? To prevent escape, to search quickly, to avoid crossfire. Ooh, which one? Why would he split up? Maybe crossfire? By splitting up, they'd be less likely to fire on one another? Well, no, if anything that would no, okay, so it's not a crossfire. Probably search faster. Wait, where is my save? Oh, it's here. By splitting up, they could search the building more quickly. Nah, it's gotta be the first one. Sorry. To prevent escape. That's it. Chopin must have wanted to split up so that they could cut off possible routes of escape. Perhaps I can shed some light on the late officer's actions. With more speculations. Okay, let me save over this. With some helpful theorizing! Capped off with hard evidence. Capped off. Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind. And the only reason he'd do that is if he thought it'd let them catch an escaping suspect. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He'd only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was... dumpster, in the alley, the magus, or the fire escape. Maybe when the fire escapes... tick 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 broke? The fire escape? If you heard the fire escape slam, wouldn't you come running? Fire escapes... Okay, so it had to be the dumpster. Okay, my bad. Fuck me. A noise that came from the alley. What kind of noise would that be? A noise like the one I was treated to when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster out there. Hey now, it left my ears ringing too, you know. What are you even talking about? I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene. How does a dumpster relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape? 1963, 172 minutes. The only way to get from the 3rd floor to the street without going past the 2 cops clearing the building would be by going down the fire escape and into the alley. The fire escape that's broken. So no one could climb up it, but anyone could jump from it onto the dumpster below. Ooh, good one. Oh yeah, I can kinda see it. Counterattack? That must be the dead pixel you're seeing, Your Honor. Where there... Don't talk about me in dead pixels. My phone just got picked up from the courier to get it fixed. I'm still nervous that... in what condition am I gonna see it again in? Sorry. Were there boot prints on top of the dumpster? A dent in the lid? Well, that's... No. Of course not. So there's no proof, no reason at all to think that anyone jumped down onto it. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. Damn it, that's... I've got nothing. Even if there had been damage on the dumpster, I could never prove it was caused by the Flink's culprit. Adonai? I'm thinking. I know! But might this not possibly be the time for you to stop thinking and instead flip the go board like you've told me to do before? You're horribly misquoting me. But Emma says there's no proof that anyone fled the crime scene. But if there was proof of that, what would it look like? Proof that someone was in that room when the police first arrived, but not there when the police got to the 3rd floor. They would have had to take the fire escape if Rogers never saw them, and they couldn't have taken the fire escape without first opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I was sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open ever since the scene was secured. And I can't testify to that. The one time I know the truth and I wanted to get out. But I can't admit it without screwing myself over. Adonai, any luck? Pardon the interruption, Your Honor. I have no objection at this time. Then the witness may continue. Please do. But rewind a bit first if you could, since we got off topic. And don't spare any detail. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night. Of course, the witness is a trained officer of our city's prestigious police force. Yeah, so trained that he keeps breaking fucking body cams and can't fucking shoot for his fucking life. Dumbass. He'll gladly recount every minute for us. Line by line. Like, every detail. Especially the irrelevant ones. Sorry, yes, sir. I did get a little in my head just now. Better listen through this whole testimony at least once before I start looking for holes. It was quiet. Oh fuck, I should have saved. It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard the gun. We headed to the nearest known orca hotspot and arrived to find the building that quiet. Door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. Okay, so Chopin shut off the lock through the handle as we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs, then there was a slam and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. To find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Let me save now that I can. Okay, this is gonna be saucy, baka. Let me focus. Something stand out to you, Adonai? Yeah, my ears picked up a bit. The saying is perked up, it is not. Is it not? What? Let me focus. Sound system, fire escape, and the front door. We heard the hot shot. Wait, but the sound system was on. Yes! Yes! If the sound system was on, how could you say it was that quiet? How could you have arrived to find a place that quiet when there was a sound system blaring on the top floor? The witness must not have heard the sound system. This is a noisy town, even in the lower wards But he did hear the music. He described it in his testimony just now. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. So the building was that quiet when you were outside, but you could hear music from the first floor. Well, yeah, I heard the music pretty much as soon as we stepped inside. Only after you stepped inside. Yeah, sturdy door, I guess? Your Honor, the witness has established that the front door was very secure and tightly locked. There's nothing strange about it blocking out some amount of sound. But the window was open! It could have got out of the fucking window, bitch! But it blocked out, like, all the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming. The scene of the crime was known Blue Blood territory, yes? A safe house apartment complex of sorts, as I understand it. They must have made a number of modifications to the premises. That front door certainly looked like a newish addition. Check. Maybe they redid the windows too. I don't get it. I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. That building has been thoroughly debugged, insulated, repainted, soundproofed. Okay, let me save over this. That building has been thoroughly soundproof, Your Honor. You think the building was soundproof? I know it was. I experienced it myself, stepping out of the lower wards and into the dingy nightclub vibe. That would explain what the witness experienced, wouldn't it? Perhaps, but that wouldn't explain the building being dead quiet when they arrived. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. Which it wasn't! Which it wasn't! Showed my hand a bit there. She knows what I'm gunning for. Counselor, asking the court to accept that the building happened to be soundproof is not the flawless argument you're making out to be. The window is question opens to the alley. Rogers could have easily missed the noise coming out of it. Even though he already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shut the door open, he might have merely neglected to mention that he heard music at the time. Music in the alley? I would have noticed that kind of thing, right? Okay, so the music was off, and by the time they gunned the door down, the culprit had turned the music back on. So it really wasn't this son of a fucking bitch who did it. Unless he did kill Chopin and someone else was there for another reason. Interesting. Fast on the uptake, this one. I'm looking at the arcs from every angle I can, rotating cubes in my mind as fast as my programming will allow. And I'm still seeing a crime scene where the windows are open. What am I doing wrong? There's a trick to it. Try focusing on just a single cube first. Once you've got one spinning consistently... Yes, Your Honor, the windows were found open. It's a contradiction. The windows were closed when the officers arrived, but open by the time Rogers got to the 3rd floor. Wait, what now? Oh! So it was not the sound system that was turned off. The sound system was on the entire time. The window just opened during the escape, right? That means that someone must have opened them. Someone not currently on trial, Your Honor. You should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics, that intense, Counselor. Your claim that the windows were originally closed and only opened from the last moment as some mystery individual fled down to the alley. But we know Creek was standing in the front of those windows when he was shot, and we can see where his blood landed on the sides of the window that face into the room when open. If, as you claim, the windows were closed when he was shot... Let me save again. Then his blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass. That's... Your theory is flawed. A far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Officer Rogers' poor hearing to support it. All the actual evidence shows that the time of the murder, the windows were exactly as we found them, flung open. Her logic isn't faulty, and I can't overturn it with any given piece of evidence, but I can point out the flaw in how she's presented her evidence. Thank you for the advice about taking full advantage of arcs, by the way. But trust me, there are some things that are best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. What? Helps keep you from getting flipped around. Windows open in dark, scene opened by the officers. Blood across the windows, fingerprints on handles, soundproof. Shot in the chest in front of windows from 1 to 2 meters. Found in the alley under the escape, very heavy, loud. What is the flaw here? Maybe it's Creek. It's probably not the windows. Or window splatter. You know, I'm gonna save again. And if I fail, I'll just go back. Wait, is that a pun? What pun? Where? Windows open in arcs. No. Arcs is a term in this game. Let me show you. Where is it? There it is. No. Fuck, I saw it. What the hell? ARCs, there you go. ARCs is basically an augmented reality crime scene. It's basically what it does is that instead of you having to physically visit a crime scene, they basically recreate everything in ARG. Like, no, AR, sorry, just AR. So you can see everything through it. However, Morgan was at the crime scene both before the crime and after it to analyze it. That's what it means. ARCs is just like a part of the cyberpunk aesthetic of this game. It's really fun though. That's why it shows, you see that this little guy is shown holographic. That's because of the ARCs themselves. Yeah, it's nice. Okay, let's think for a second. I feel like it might be Creek. It's probably not the dumpster, and I don't feel like it's the open wheel necessarily. Might be the fact that it has fingerprints on the handles. But it doesn't say it's bloody prints. Let's try the window splatter first. Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just confused. Why is Miss Rockford talking about those windows? As if they swing open. What? What are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room. They're pulled to the side. Oh, it's like... Oh, they... What? Didn't you see the fingerprints they found on the handles? One look at them could tell you which side of the glass faces indoors. Funny, wasn't that in the ARCs? Oh, this is some very chic interior design, I'm saying. Very wabi-sabi. Oh, it's wabi-sabi! So, if the windows only slide parallel to the walls, it wouldn't matter whether they were open or shut when Creek was shot. The blood would always end up on the same side. Hey! I said I was fine. I finally got the window lined up right in the ARCs. You didn't say that. At least, not aloud. Thank you for always listening, Sarah. But I said it just now, so whatever. What do you mean lined up? The blood splatter. Looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it? Okay, so we can clearly see that the window was closed. Like, he was shot in the stomach and... Yes, thank you, Runner. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do. But it's gotten us all to the same page. We can all reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Creek was shot at the very least. Yes. Though when they were next opened is... something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if the ARCs data could just tell me whether the windows are actually soundproof. I doubt the ARCs could stimulate that accurate for you, Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it should be simple enough to... Oh no, she's cooking. Waste the court's time. Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor, but even if we prove conclusively that the windows were soundproof, the defense's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of the detail in the witness's testimony. Putting it another way, I love this song so much. Just because he didn't hear the music, that doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because the soundproof windows were closed. The devil's proof. Yes, and you actually used it right this time. I did my reading. She's effectively conceded that the windows were soundproof. But she's also shifted tactics, and it's a formation I don't recognize. That's to be expected, I'm no general. But I don't need Makoto here to tell me that war is deception. So how about a little misdirection? Listen up, Sarah. The important thing about the devil's proof is that it's always on our side. The side of underdogs, lovers, and dreamers the world around. The side of the defense, innocent until proven guilty. That's what makes the devil so infuriating for the prosecution. The people make a fair point, Your Honor. There really isn't any hard evidence that my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. But the people haven't disproven it either, have they? Am Emma's getting rage baited! Get rage baited! I forget that exact detail, Your Honor, but... all we need is a shadow of doubt, right? Shadow of doubt mentioned! Shadow of doubt mentioned! Where is Kyon when we need him? I am here! Alright. To overturn 5 dead bodies. Oh, this is a really nice song. I feel like this is to counter Emma's... like, this is Morgan's team, and then there's Emma's team, the other song. The testimonies of 3 cops and the room soaked to the floorboards in forensic evidence. Yeah. Fnaf? I don't know that word. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to piss off everyone here? Yes. Come on, you don't hate my theory that much, do you? I'm warming up to it. Oh, I'm warming up to it. I love my lesbians. Then I'll stick to the facts for you. At the time Rogers and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. The music was still playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. And at the moment Creek was shot, at least we can be certain that the soundproof windows behind him were closed. Yes, those are the facts. By restating them, because there's something that's been bothering me. If we accept these as facts, one part of the Honorable Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense. Chopin alerted, heard gunshots in lower wards, heated toward... Yes! How did he hear the shots? Oh my god, it might be that. It might be just that. Let me save. How could these 2 officers have set off in response to the sound of gunshots? If the room was deafened at the time when the gun was fired. Now you go there? Yes! I feel like Chopin was there for a reason, and it might have to do something with the old bloods fighting the new bloods. There is a high possibility. Or he is related to the delivery of the mask that now is possessed by Morgan. Think about it! It might be about the how mask? What was it called? Orca, Vidron, Unlisted Tenets, Rust, Renogen, Redding, Orca. No, it might be related to the No mask. I mean, at the end of the day, Creek was only holding on to it. Okay, let's see. Ooh, crap. Yeah. Wait, excuse me. What are you talking about? Oh my god, I'm so fucking hyped. It's the very first thing you told us, officer. Your partner heard gunshots. But how is that possible? But he said it. He said it. Even on the radio, he called it in. True news. I can see it right here in the police network's database. 9:45 p.m. Officer Tariq Chopin reports shots fired. But that's the thing. We know for a fact that at 45 was the first gunshot, right? Because what Tariq? Yeah, no, not Tariq. Tank had. Let me see. Tank. Tank was the first to die. Tank's autopsy. There we go. He died at 44. But he heard the gunshots at 45. I mean, maybe he heard the way Creek's. Maybe he heard when Creek was killed. Because they went down first. So he did. And since he can't ask him to testify, they'll just have to take him at his word. But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never heard any gunshots yourself? Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so... That's what you're trained to do, right? Isn't it? Report anything you see or hear across the network. Well, one report is usually sufficient. But confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers? I never heard any gunshots. Hang on, are you really? So you never heard a peep, but your partner... He somehow managed to waltz you both over to exactly where 4 victims' murders had been committed. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that there is a high chance that the no-names, or what they're called... Han, Mag, Makoto, where is it? No, not this one. Miss Neobi... No, 99 man... Give me a second. Unlisted. There's a high chance that the unlisted child who saw us had a way to contact Chopin, but at the end of the day, that is highly likely. Either way, he went there for a reason. And I feel like it might have had something to do with the documents. Or at the very least, he was out for Creek. Might be. Before anyone else got there, I just drove where he pointed, so... Counselor. You need to be very careful here. Thank you for your concern, Miss Rockford. But don't forget, I hate losing. Pardon? I said, but don't forget to direct your comments to the bench. You bring that up now? Every cop in the room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking the memory of the deceased is small time. I feel like you're gonna say something shocking here and I should stop you. But I can't really stop you before you say it, so... I'm just confused, is all, Your Honor. How could Officer Chopin have possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have heard any gunshots? Unless he was asked to come there directly. Ooh, like he got an evite? Exactly. Officer Chopin answered the distress call. From the Blue Bloods. Oh! Oh, so he was a corrupt cop as well. I mean, he does look like a corrupt cop, chat. Like, I'm sorry, give me a second. Like, not this one. What is it? Like he looks corrupt as fuck, I'm sorry. Even if you were raised by 2 gay men. Tell me, are these her usual tactics? Turning the entire city against her for no discreet reason. Also, is he blushing or is no, just a scar? No. Well, the first time we met, she did technically. Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line. The gallery is pretty poorly behaved too. You gonna rein this in or should I? Allow me. Tariq Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. He said you say he was some kind of blueprint pawn, but he had to break into their building in order to enter. Well, just because a corrupt cop is working for the mafia doesn't mean that the mafia just gonna tingle them a key. Like, that is just a stupid assumption, straight up, Emma. Like, have some fucking mind. And you have the gal to claim he answered the distress call when there's no panic button, no phone records to suggest one was ever sent. True. True. That's all you have to say after posthumously accusing the son of 2 city councilmen of being corrupted by blue blood pocket change? It's a fair point. Chopin was the son of 2 city councilmen and by all accounts a dedicated police officer. He wouldn't work with the blue bloods without an unusually strong motive. The kind of thing that would make the headlines. What are you... Okay. Let's pause a sec, because I feel like this is gonna be important. serial bombings. Which of the West targeting state data? Feds involved in hunt. Convention. Political convention next month. Heightened security spending. City contract for mercs. Helium fuel. Developed by Dr. Sirius. Distillation process leaked on purpose. Ballot measures. Public schools assets no renaming. Renovating Atlas files. Ooh, which is more likely? Maybe the serial bombings? I don't feel like it's the helium fuel. But maybe it is. Oh wait, it might be regarding the Atlas pillars, no? I don't know which one is most likely. Cause I didn't really read those documents because I was fucking bored. I guess I'm gonna guess. It's either the serial bombings, I fear, or the ballot measures. Let's try the ballot. Officer Shopping would never compromise his well-documented morals for anything less than an earth-shaking opportunity. Yes, Counselor, but this family is very well off. What could this earth-shaking opportunity possibly have been? How about a donation to his parents? What? Sidebar for a moment. What? How are you all thinking about voting? Oh, don't get me started. I'm a political junkie. What are you? Sorry, on the ballot measure specifically. Huh? Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse opinions on Proposition 492. Wait, but that's the funding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation Project. I think it's a nice idea. Bringing prosperity to the lower wards, literal stability to everyone above them. And of course, the mother of all paydays to anyone lucky enough to own the land it'll require. Wait a minute, you mean... Am I the only one who reads the news anymore? Wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but... Who on the city council is sponsoring Proposition 492? Shopping's parents? One last question, less rhetorical this time. This crime took place at a known blue blood territory. So why was this found there? Okay, so I was right. It was about the pillar. I'm so goated with the sauce. Let's see, not the dark card, Creek's datapad, needles, red ink. It's probably the red ink. Right? The dark card came from Morgan, so it has nothing to do with it. Found on Creek's desk, Creek's shopping. Oh, shopping's fingerprints are on it. Let's try the red ink. It is the red ink. Highly confidential red ink documents were found underneath Shopping's corpse. They almost entirely illegible by now, but you can still make out reference to P492 right here. Oh, so it was some kind of political agenda. Maybe. That struck me as odd. Reinforcing the canopy. A state construction project that massive in the lower wards would mean even the police can't keep a crime scene secure down there unless they're willing to play ball with the blues. It'd have to get past the blue bloods. Or through them with open arms and firm handshakes. Just what the hell are you trying to say? What I'm saying is that what we're trying to say is that Shopping's parents want this shit to go through, you know? And they use their son, who is tied with the police, to mend the problems with the blue bloods, so the blue bloods wouldn't cause trouble when this whole shit has to go down. Sometimes you gotta shake hands with the wrong people just so you can get what you want, type shit. Counselor Morgan, if you Sorry, wasn't sure I actually had to spell it out, but it certainly looks like Patrol Officer Tariq Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city. Uh-oh. Oh, the cops are going wild! The pigs are oinking, Chad! She said it! She said that! What did you just say? Are you trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city? Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is, as soon as any cop or politician or prosecutor can explain to the court how Tariq Chopin was able to arrive at the crime scene that night. When we all know damn well he never heard any gunshots! Yes, baby! We are so back! It is a bit of a pickle. What you got for us, witness? What? I don't know, he had good ears or something. Or good intuition or whatever. Your Honor, the simplest explanation is that Officer Chopin was tipped off by the CI that he neglected to inform his partner about. Hey, Chopin wasn't a patrol officer with secret criminal informants that he'd hide from his own partner? That sounds horribly corrupt. And you called my comments inflammatory? Corrupt? You've got brass, alright? That's real rich coming from a mob lawyer defending the Hound of Icaria. Big uh-oh. Your Honor, the witness last statement was a regrettable split of tongue. Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than an ideal, and so I'm already snipped the jury's feet, but the crowd... Seriously? He's the Hound? Oh my fucking god. That's why... Fuck the police. Fuck the police. But isn't the Hound that... cop killing animals? Knew that whole house stank like shit. Watch what you say about the man's family, you... Or what, you stab us in the back too? Sosuke, please calm down. And shut up. Bad Apple hanged the whole house with him. Dude, I genuinely... You know what? I'd pay good bucks to see, Sosuke fuck up this cop. I genuinely play good box, but for that he has to like not go to jail. Your Honor, these outbursts from the gallery are not ideal, but we need to focus on preventing. It's not enough you butchered him like that. Oh no, he's just digging us. You gotta pay this lawyer to spit on his grave too. At least the Blue Bloods know their place. Oh, I see. How dare you! While you pigs were colluding with Blue Bloods to rip off everyone in the lower wards! Better a Blue Blood than the piss running in your way. Dude, that's not good. That is not good. Sarah, hold him. Pardon? Stop him from doing anything stupid now. Okay, it was fun, but now you've ruined it. You're all done. This court is now in recess. Bailiffs, clear the room. It's not enough. Nah, I'm not done talking. I wanna speak! Oh no. This heat. Tension like a haze in the air. And on the back of my neck. Should have taken you out when I had the chance, you... A bit of sweat and something that feels like... Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Oh! 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 Oh my fucking god! Die, you son of a bitch! Sarah! Behind us! Get down! What am I reaching for? I don't even have my gun. Oh, London! London! Oh, I could suck your dick! Oh, thank you! Oh my god! Oh, my neighbors are fighting again. I can hear them fighting. Sorry! Oh, he's gay. Look, I said I could. Also, he's not gay. We never established that. Neither the devs. Neither the devs. I am actually shooken. You know what? You know what? This was the most cop thing a cop could have ever done. And they're wondering why we are fucking against authority figures. I do hope that Tariq turns out to be a fucking corrupt piece of shit. I do hope. Because that is going to destroy things. But he's gonna save House Ikaria, so... You know? Hey, are you okay? Are you hit? So scared. I'm not injured. The danger's gone. The heat of the moment replaced by the chill of a cold sweat on my lower back. But why did you push me down? What? What do you mean, why? Why did I... I take my time turning back to the trace of the bullet's trajectory. Vaguely, I'm aware of stomping feet as the crowd rushes to the exit, but the sound is far away. Reflexes. Sorry. You alright there, ma'am? I'm fine, detective. Thank you. For a moment, I lock eyes with Detective Kazim London. In that instant, I recognize a nameless flickering across his face, cold and sharp like frostbitten furs. What? Nameless. We don't need a word for it because we only ever see it once. At the very end. What? Wait, what? Okay, pause. What the fuck does this mean? What does this mean? What the? Someone, this feels like O.J. Simpson level of insane in the courtroom. Oh my god, let's not talk about that. You know what he said about Nameless? I don't remember. I genuinely don't. Because you can barely see one in your lifetime. Something. Oh. I don't remember this at all. Was this during the car ride or afterwards? I actually have to recheck my actual stream. I feel like I wanna understand what the fuck is this mean. During the car ride in with London. Okay, let me check. Chat. 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. Holy Christ on a stick. I genuinely thought Soska is gonna get shot because he said that he would take the bullet, you know. I genuinely expected him to take the bullet. Let me check that. I'm watching my own stream, by the way, sorry. Can I get copyrighted on my own stream? Just asking. Okay, no. Let me see. I don't think it was during the car ride. Wait, during the car ride up or back? Because I think he drove her back too, right? No. No, he didn't drive her back. No, I feel like you mean the conversation that they had on the second floor after they left Han alone. Because in the car they were just talking about politicians and shit. Let me try that first. Wait a minute. Give me a second, I'm watching. Yeah, okay. Give me a sec. I am here, but he's gay. Gotta be one of my favorite Kim quotes of all time. Yeah, I mean, look, Quasim London is many things, but straight isn't one of them. But that doesn't mean that he's gay either. Okay, I feel like he, I don't know. He just looks like he knows where the clit is. I cannot prove it, but I feel like he knows where the clit is, even if he gets back shots most of the time. Wait! Pause. When Morgan mentioned Huntsman to him, he literally froze and asked where she heard that. Oh, he hesitated when he said no. Wait. He said it himself. If you see a huntsman and survive to tell the tale. Is he the huntsman? Does the no mask belong to him? Wait, that's so fucked up. Yo, that's so fucked up if true. Wait, I'm checking the other conversation about the Red Hood. I misremember. Sorry. No. Don't worry. Dude. If I feel like oh my god. London is a scary man. If true. I mean, he was cool as hell. He pulled that Glock. Okay, pause this shit. I wanna check something, not the articles. Wait. Oh my god, but that's so mess. Whoa, I'm just thinking now. I'm just shooketh right now. Give me a second. I have a could he actually be? Sorry, I'm like, dude, I have more respect for this man. If true, that's crazy. But then he and Morgan are gonna be like toe to toe at some point, because Morgan just stole from him then. If he is the huntsman, that is. Okay. I've taken 60 seconds to yell into a couch pillow, so maybe now one of you could tell me what the hell happened out there? How did that man get into the courtroom? The building? And with a weapon like whatever the hell that was? It was his own arm, Madame Barrows. Oh my god. November 26th. Oh, she's a Sagittarius. 169 centimeters, no weight displayed, A+. Occupation superior, judge of a higher circuit. Likes hot springs, cold beer, warm tea. Dislikes waking up before her alarm. Cat person. I happen to be allergic. Mark answer is yes. Never forgets a password shorter than 10 characters. Favorite season? Fall. London, yo. Sorry, I'm just... Okay. Modded illegally at some literal chop shop. Fully prosthetic, but fairly low-tech. It uses a simple air intake system and projectiles made of enamel. Enamel as in teeth. Where on earth do these people? Doesn't trigger any metal detectors, looks organic from the outside. But if you're aiming at flesh, it gets the job done. And are metal detectors all that stand between a crazed gunman and the law of the land? No, Your Honor, we're looking into it now. But we already found some discrepancies in the personnel files of courthouse security team members. He probably got his hands on the keycard, lost, brought, or stolen, and had it modified to get him in the building. Would that work? Only needs to work once. This time, it did. I doubt he expected to leave alive, so... You ask me, we're lucky he's stuck with something more directed instead of an explosive. Wait! They came to kill Sosuke? Like, straight up Charlie Kirk shooting style? That's insane. This is a nightmare. What am I supposed to do now? The jury must be horrified. I don't know how we could proceed. As I recall, the adjutant cut their feet the moment Officer Rogers mentioned the Hound of Icaria. So they didn't actually see the shooting. And by the way, how does a patrol officer know that my client is the lead suspect in that case? Would anyone like to explain that to me? Well, you'd have to ask organized crimes. But the mood around Rogers has been celebratory. I'd imagine there was plenty of cops eager to describe the detail what he'd achieved by catching Sosuke red-handed. Allegedly. There's no presumption of innocence in station locker rooms and cop bars, counselor. So the OC department buys Rogers a round of drinks. Oh, OC as in organized crime, right. But wait! Oh, no, never mind. So Morgan did not know that London was in OC, but she knows that he has connections to OC. Got it, okay. And 24 hours later, I've got a shooter in my courtroom. Who was he? The shooter's been ID'd as Bowen Browson, low-level muscle in the Blue Blood Mafia. The Blue Bloods! Prior for possession, dealing, assault. Attempting to carry out an assassination in a courtroom full of cops is quite the stew pub. Any connections to the Creek spots? Nah, older generation, different part of town. Not exactly thick as thieves. So, trying to execute Sosuke wasn't an act of revenge. He was given orders. Yes, that's very interesting, but it's a job for the police to handle. Councilor Morgan, I assume you'll be filing for a mistrial? About that. I feel it's in my client's best interest for the trial to continue. What? A blue-blood gunman just tried to shoot him. But the jury didn't see that. All they know right now is that they've been given a lunch break. A long lunch, sorry. You too? The goal, Your Honor, as I've always understood it, is for a defense attorney to do what's best for their client. Right now, clearly the Blue Blood Mafia has convinced my client killed 4 of their men. And every cop in the city thinks he killed Officer Chopin. If he walks on a mistrial, he won't be able to walk down the street without getting shanked. Sosuke Kariya doesn't need a mistrial. He needs a media blackout. I really hate that term. She's right, Your Honor. If the story spreads that the Blue Blood tried to assassinate Sosuke, every junior in the city will assume he's guilty. We won't be able to find anyone over the age of 10 who hasn't heard of him. Let alone put together 12 unbiased peers to judge him. Even if that's true, and even if it's possible, what you're asking for is... Detective, if the building is Detective, is the building still in lockdown? Standard procedure says to keep it that way another half hour. We would have to... The stand were full of police officers and any of one of them could... Ambulance chasers will pay prime for a story this rich. Someone's gonna break rank. We don't need a blackout to last forever. We just need it to be intimidating enough that the story doesn't leak until the trial's over. Hello, Amada-kun! That's insane! Oh my god, shit, what the fuck? Which will be when exactly? We could finish tomorrow. There aren't that many witnesses left on the docket. Finished tomorrow? Yes, Your Honor. Fine, fine. Yes, we'll have a blackout. A big, scary old blackout like we're the shadowy masters of the universe. Happy! Perfectly! Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, follow me. You need my authorization to activate the building's blanket protocols. Right behind you, ma'am. Dude, he saved her life. That's insane. Or at the very least, Sosuke's. Surprised to be arguing for the same thing as you for once. Thanks for not gagging from the effort. Oh, hi! Okay, which name do you prefer? Just so I know for sure. I wanna be making sure that you're as comfy as possible. So, choose for yourself. You're welcome. We're welcomed to the scene. Alright. Any other defense attorney in the city would have taken the mistrial. Dumped the Hound of Ikari on some other idiot's doorstep and cashed their check. Some other idiot, huh? Or is it that you can't dump him? You under house arrest already? I haven't felt threatened by them. Call me what's easier for you to pronounce. Oh, okay. I mean, it's not really the pronunciation, but... I will probably choose both depending on which one comes to my autistic brain first. I mean, actually, I'm not really autistic, but you know what I mean. That could change fast if you fail them. How's Ikaria or high society, haven't you heard? And I'm beneath their notice. I don't think they'd bother to ask me just for underperforming. Sounds like exactly the kind of thing that high society types would do. Going this far for your client, though. You know me. Defender of the weak, champion of the downtrodden, Jesus. I go through a lot more than this to keep my face out of the papers. Hopefully, when the story does eventually leak, the focus should be entirely on Sosuke. But if this means people start recognizing me, remembering me, Bowen Bresson will be glad London did him in one. I twist the knife slow as second hand if he's... Oh my god, she would have killed that bitch! She would have killed that bitch! You okay? Compared to you, I guess not. Hmm? I've never seen anyone get shot before. Oh. Oh, right! I forgot that I'm the only serial killer in this fucking house. That in London, if things are true. I mean, I feel like London is more like a hired assassin, but you know what I mean. Right. Sorry. No, I'm sorry, that was... Maybe I'm feeling jealous. I spend all this time poring over crime scenes and diagrams, trying to get inside the head of Heartbreak of all people, and maybe I get it into my head that I'm some kind of unfeeling badass, just to freeze up like a deer at the sight of an actual violence. I need to get over that. Do you? Do you need that to get over it? I have a responsibility. A prosecutor isn't a hangman, Emma. No. If a hangman does their job right, the neck snaps and the subject's dead before the pain ever reaches their brain. If I do my job right, Cupcakkeah spends the rest of his life drooling on himself while Megs haggle over the property rights to his grey matter. I will not be playing Monster Hunter until Capcom fixes their fucking game. And now, given how the whole internet is flooded with the fact that the literal FPS checks are going around if you don't own any DLC, which I'm not intended to do because I'm a poor bastard, it will take a while to play publicly Monster Hunter. Oh, this game, you play as a defense attorney whose name is Morgan. Let me show you. Morgan. So the main character is this girlie called Morgan. She's a defense attorney, but she's also a serial killer. And she killed 4 people last night and tried to, you know, toss it onto the wrong guy until they showed up the 5th body of a cop. So now everybody's in turmoil. It's a really fun game. I really recommend playing it. I won't spoil the first 2 chapters. This is chapter 2, but there is a chapter 0. So if you're interested, check it out. Chapter 0 is free, by the way. It's called Of the Devil, as the title of the stream suggests. Alright. If you feel that bad about it, you could always recommend a lesser sentence. That's just the thing. I've never felt that bad about it at all. Runs in the family. I love this game so much. The way she whispered it in that half-stuttering sigh, I'm not sure she even heard it herself. Is it on PS? No, PC only. It's indie. Indie devs, indie game. 4:08 p.m. August 15th, 2086. State building. Floor 48. Alright, that should free up your phone from the blanket. Thank you, Detective London. I can tell from the way you're speaking and playing it. What does me speaking mean exactly in this scenario? I mean, I do own a PS, it's just that there is not really any games I would play on them, you know? I mostly try to get my games through Steam. Even though PS does have better price range, it's just more convenient. Because if I need my PS, I have to set up the capture card, and it's like super fucking annoying and yada yada yada. The same goes with the Switch. So like if I'm really not needing to, I'd rather just stick to my my Steam account pretty much. Because it's just more effective, even though AMD does fucking buffer every now and then with games such as Wilds, but like otherwise I never really had big issues. Like Baldur's Gate runs beautifully on this thing, surprisingly, and even with my previous PC. However, the previous one I did have to lower the settings to medium at the least. Joyful and happily, I'm speaking about you saying the love of the game. Ah, no, I adore this game. I found it 2 years ago, 2024, during a Steam Next Fest. So I'm not sure if you know what a Next Fest is. So Steam Next Fest is a event that is like a week long on Steam, where people promote their demos for their upcoming games, and you can test out a bunch of demos, a bunch of different games. And I found Of the Devil in a very specific Next Fest, and the demo was essentially chapter 0, the entirety of chapter 0, and I played through it and I was in love. And then chapter 1 released last year in February something, and then now chapter 2 released last December, but I've been playing it now because I had to hold off stuff. I mean, well, I understand, fully understandable. There are always like drawbacks to PC gamings as well, especially if you want to play something high and uptight and whatever running. This one is technically just a visual novel. It doesn't require much, so if you ever require a functioning laptop, I really highly recommend you try it. If ever does the chance, you are going to love this game. If you like noir and detective games, you're going to love this one. The presentation is beautiful. Oh yeah, let's not talk about RAM prices because I'm 100% on that. That's insane. You know, I salute you. I'd grab the RAM whenever you can and just run for it, boy, because holy shit, damn bitches are fucking expensive. You're welcome. You're welcome, Councilor Morgan. Oh, are we gonna talk about it? Are we gonna talk about it, London? Something I said? You didn't say anything yesterday about what the Hound of Icaria really is. Come on, there's a lot of code names to remember. Would you believe me if I said I didn't put 2 and 2 together? Maybe I would if I hadn't seen you act that fast back in the courtroom. That was a lucky shot. From across the room with the crowd moving around him. Yeah, real lucky. I know, I'm agreeing with you. Though I would be a lot less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Oh my god, wait, did he already fucking sussed him out? Oh yeah, there's a Steam Deck competitor too. Yeah. Wait. Okay, London, spill the beans! Did you know? No, but I'm flattered you think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen. But you recognized him. Tickled a spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. It helped that the guy was fidgeting around all day. Bresson had been in the courtroom all day. How long had he waited for to take his shot? Did you get a good look at him? I did not. You shot him very fast. Eyes bloodshot to hell and back, nosebleed, flushed extremities. He was high as a drone. Wait, he was high on Nirvana? Probably. Oh no, metahexphenolin, considering how well the Bluebloods have done pushing it. Metahex Nirvana? The party drug that college kids are huffing? It's been a long time since I was in college. I guess it could be good for a party in small doses. So it is Nirvana. Good to know. I'm hypothesizing here. Don't take this out of context. Sure. But at higher doses? A couple of months ago, I saw this guy stumbling around one of the open markets. Eyes dilated and mouth moving a block a minute. He knocked over some bicycles, so I cuffed him to the rack, hoping he'd sober up within an hour and I could move on. I took a phone call, and when I looked back, he was trying to chew through the chain. He broke 4 teeth. Wait, he shot with his teeth. Did he shoot with his own teeth? I'm gonna need a shower after that thought. I'm good. And he had started biting his arm by the time I knocked him out. Ew. But anecdotes are cheap, and one bad triple hardish slowed the ball now that it's rolling. You believe the hype? Think they're gonna legalize it? Within the next 2 quarters, if you ask me. What will happen to the Blue Bloods monopoly? Up in smoke. Oh yeah, wait! Can it be that the Nirvana is the drug that Icaria tried to make a business out of as well? Because you guys remember there was a moment where they were talking about how Icaria and Blue Bloods tried to come to a conclusion to let Icaria also sell Nirvana, but at the end of the day they just fought over it and did nothing. Oh, shot with his teeth, right. So a while ago, back in the other courtroom thingy, whatever, like when we were having conversation, whatever, they mentioned that so this is a cyberpunk game, so treat it as such. Okay, let me explain some stuff, because some people came late, and for context you really need to watch these streams, because otherwise it would make no sense, because it's a detective game. But here's the thing, the currently we are in a trial because we, the defense, are trying to protect a literal Yakuza. They don't call themselves Yakuzas anymore, but they are technically Yakuza. They are like Japanese originated old... I think they're called old money. They are old money. Or maybe they are new money. Whatever. The whole idea is that they're mafia, okay? And the whole idea is that this guy was kidnapped by another gang and tortured. That gang was eliminated, destroyed by none other than Morgan. Morgan killed those people. Not for any kind of funny business, not because of revenge. It's because she's a serial killer. She just kills people. And she took something from them called a no mask that has the ability to hide her face when it comes to cameras. You know, like cameras could not detect your facial structure whatsoever. It would like, imagine it would bug out the system. Good. That mask was apparently part of a deal that the other gang called the Blue Bloods were supposed to give to this guy, the Huntsman. And there is a high chance that the Huntsman is actually this guy called London. It's a special gadget, exactly. Thank you. So here's the thing. When the police arrived, one of their two officers who arrived, one of them was killed on sight. Not by Morgan, because Morgan was already gone with the business. And Morgan did know that the Blue Bloods kidnapped this Yakuza guy from the Ikaria family. Let's call them the Ikaria. So she knew that the Ikaria was there, and she expected the Ikaria to be framed for the 4 murders. But problem is, now there's a cop part of the victims. And that is bad, because if you know, cops are really not fucking fine and friendly when one of theirs gets shot. So now everyone is fucking crazy. And Morgan was hired by the Yakuza to protect this guy because this guy was drugged, he was heavily tortured, there is no way he could have killed anyone. Well, here's the thing. He obviously did not kill the 4 gangsters because she killed the 4 gangsters, and she has to prove that this guy did not kill them, but also has to make sure that she doesn't reveal that she killed them either. Really, really mind-boggling crazy shit, right? But now we have the problem. Who killed the cop? Was it really the Yakuza guy, or was it someone else? And we are trying to prove that it was not the Yakuza guy, but it was also not us, obviously. And because of that, the cops are now really fucking mad, okay? Absolutely fucking piling up on this guy, because how dare you kill one of ours? Plus, turns out that the guy we are trying to defend is also an assassin who's been pretty much hated by the organized crime division. And apparently there was a mafia guy from the Blue Bloods between all these cops hiding, got in undetected, and tried to assassinate our client, Charlie Kirk style, if you may. But guess what? London shot him, and we find out that that guy had a modded gun in his arm, like cyberpunk style, and he was shooting with his own teeth. You heard that right. He was shooting with his own teeth. Why? Because teeth are not necessarily made out of metal, so they could not be picked up by a metal detector. And again, they still get big damage done. But London was really, really fast because I'm pretty sure he's the Huntsman, which means that he is a corrupt cop. Good for him, honestly, I guess. Might be, you know, just faster than everyone else. And to top it off, what started this whole fiasco was the fact that we are claiming as the defense that the cop that was murdered during or after the 4 other murders of this case was actually corrupt himself. So people are going wild, okay? And you know, cops, corrupt or not, don't like when their cop friends who are dead are called corrupt or not. And essentially we have to prove that the cop was corrupt indeed. It's crazy. So yeah, where is it? Not you. This is the corrupt guy. This is the 5th murder, the 5th victim. This was one of the victims. This is basically, he was the leader of the little gang that we murdered. There is also, what are the other ones? This guy, I think he died 3rd or something, 2nd. We also have, where is Tanks? This guy died first. This was the guy who was like instantly taken out, and then he died between the other two. Whatever. I feel the cop that was killed was by... No, it was not. It was not because Morgan left by then. And the game basically tells you that, pretty much. So I spoiled essentially chapter 0 for you because in chapter 0 you just start out normally, and at the end you find out that she is a killer herself. Chapter 1 doesn't really involve her side of the stories, but it is a really good chapter nonetheless. It's really emotional and shit. But yeah, this is the one part where we committed a murder and we're trying to save somebody who we know is not the actual criminal, but also find out how the fuck did a cop just die in the middle of it all. Okay, insane shit. Pharma mags and desperacies of the world step in, reap the rewards, and the blue bloods will have to slink off and cook up some other haze to push. The great tide rolls on. The blue bloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like cyanus? It's fine, I'm not even gonna play the game. You know, I highly recommend you check out my other playlists if you're interested. I played the entire game. I played all of it. So, it's there. There's a playlist if you're interested. Yep, some of them are even pretty profitable, like their host clubs and pink rooms. So if the blue bloods can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalized? There's competition and name recognition and locale and real estate, and basically they can't afford it. The buy-in's too steep and everyone past the door likes it that way. Legal drugs are a whole other realm of profitable. Folks like the Icaria do not want to share. Gee, not even on special occasions? Well, like I told you, there was that meeting last year, but... Okay, so they were talking about Nirvana. But their playdate fell apart. Hey, what you said back there in the court about Prop 492? You really buy that? Tariq shopping working with blue bloods? It's quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit. But that might explain why it ended the way it did. We're going in again. Oh, no, we're just talking to our client. So, to put it simply, this is our defendant, Sosuke. He is the Yakuza guy. And this is our child, android little baby called Sarah. She's technically illegal, but... we proved her innocence. So, what was the verdict? The verdict is only handed down after the jury's finished deliberating. That may take... The show must go on. And the shooter? Getting introduced to the accommodations down in the morgue right about now. Wait, he dead? Oh my god, I thought he lived! Whoa, London shot him dead! Dude. He was some blue blood muscle named Bresson. Ring a bell? As I've said, all the blue bloods are elite. He tried to shoot you, Sosuke. And I was standing very close to you when it happened. I'd like a little more detail than that. I've never met him, never heard of him. That's the truth. But the Bresson family is known to be enforcers for blue blood leadership. So it's the old guard who want you dead. Does that make the young bloods an enemy of an enemy? Didn't you tell me Creek was a young blood? Considering what I'm on trial for, I doubt they're fond of me either. God damn it, Sosuke! Who doesn't hate your ass? Oh, leave that little guy alone! I need to try harder to disregard that nonsense that comes out of that adjutant's mouth. Oh, yeah, she started to speak like AD. That's so cute. It might be starting to sink in. Sosuke, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured when you could have been ransomed. And now these people are trying to kill you in one of the most secure buildings in the city. What are they after? Why are you at the top of the blue blood shit list? Is it because of the Hound Renegade and last year's meeting? Let me save over this. Could it be the Hound? Let's try. Is it something that the Hound did? Did you help one of the old guard retire early last week? That particular messenger communicates only with the higher class of clientele, corporate rivals and the rest of the nobility. Yes, the Hound of Icaria is known in the lower wards, but he isn't truly feared there. And he hasn't taken the life of any blue blood, noteworthy or otherwise, in over a year. So, not since you were reassigned to guard duty. Maybe Renegen? Does it have something to do with Renegen? Makoto seemed hesitant to discuss anything to do with them. Because that is the house's way. Aurea Holdings takes care of Renegen and the like. Oh, Renegen was the medical upfront, right? If Makoto appeared to know anything about their inner workings, that would be a breach of house's lines. So Renegen is just a red herring. What about the last year's meeting? Is it because of what happened a year ago? How do you know about what happened a year ago? A meeting between the old guard and the houses, apparently. You were gonna work out a deal for the Icarian network to distribute the blue blood product. Why would we want a basement cooked swill the blue bloods make sold in our state fronts, our pharmacies? You wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana is legalized. Oh! So, I'm guessing the idea here would have been that if the... I think I get it. So, they want to legalize Nirvana, right? So, what the Icaria offered to the Blue Bloods was that, hey, we are going to sell Nirvana legally once it's legalized. Like, we're going to sell it through Renegen, and then you guys can share the profit with us. And the Blue Bloods was like, hell fucking no, you guys killed us 30 years ago! I think. Would make sense. Yes, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting. She's such a baby. Come on. There was a meeting last year, yes. A private meeting that was to be kept strictly confidential. The IFG met with the old guard to discuss a deal. It fell apart, voices were raised, weapons drawn. I was in the shadow and I stepped in front of a blade for Makoto. Wait, Makoto was there? The house's elders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Makoto's safety and perhaps felt that they had grown overconfident. The Hound is a useful tool, but not indispensable. So they ordered me to guard Makoto full-time. Isn't that a great honor, guarding the heir to the headship? Of course it is. Then why do you sound like that? You get points for picking up on it, but you need to learn how to take advantage of it. So your deal fell apart. Blood was drawn. I kinda assumed that was part for the course in your world. It's not unheard of. So why are the old guards still trying to kill you and Makoto a year later? I don't know! I don't know, Morgan. Because I'm an old guard. Because I'm not an old guard. Is there someone we could talk to who is? There's always someone. For a price. But if that's what it's gonna go. That's how it's gonna go. I'm gonna need a drink first. Are we gonna talk to Reinhardt? Okay, pause. Here to join? What are you talking about? Oh, flashback. The Icos guy? No, the Icos guy is Icaria. It's not Old Blood. Unless Old Blood also applies to Icaria in this case, but I don't think so. Maybe it is Icos wielding fucking Yakuza. Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. The net's slow as shit in this wing of the school. No one else comes here if they don't have to, so it's quite spot to read. Yeah, it is a detective mystery, so what? Like 5% of the books in the library are. Well, it's not like I own the room. If you wanna convert your club meetings here with all your many members, I can't exactly sue you. Especially not since you're gonna be some big shot lawyer. Join your club so I won't get evicted? Isn't that like blackmail, counselor? Mutually beneficial, sure, so it's just plain old corruption. You'll do just fine out there in the adult world. Whatever, as long as you don't go around telling people I'm a member, you can't put me down. We need to add your phone numbers too. No, I don't actually care. What the fuck is happening? Is something wrong? Why would you think that something's wrong? It's very unusual for you to wake up mid-transit. When you decide to nap, you fall asleep very fast and you sleep very deeply. Suspiciously so. Sometimes I try to wake you and I could swear you're just pretending. I have no idea what you're talking about. Besides, you're the one who's been quiet. I had been bothering Sosuke, I think, pestering him about catching bullets. If you were bothering Sosuke, he'd say it. Turn to the side in that bitchy pose of his. Turn to the side in that bitchy pose of his. Oh my god, you guys drew the fucking photos. Of course he's gonna look bitchy. But I can't catch a bullet either. Even though I'm fast and I can see fast. Sosuke was the one who acted while I've just... Sosuke's trained for that exact kind of thing. Trained for his whole life, the way he tells it. Father built me to be strong. I should be able to... David didn't build you to be anything, Sarah. He didn't even really build you. Just watch you grow. And do you think I am still growing? That member joining thing sounds like Haruhi. Yeah, probably so. Still developing? You think I could get taller? I think you shouldn't get your hopes up about that. I love my illegal android chat. Come on, you can bounce back faster than that. I'm sorry. I suppose I am still processing what we saw back in the courtroom. When Detective London took out that shooter. I know that Detective London has been a police officer for many years. It stands to reason that he'd act decisively in circumstances where so many lives are at risk. What I'm still thinking about is the man he killed. Yeah, but there's only so much speculations we can do about his motive until Haruhi makes the book reading club join her new club so they can have the room and enough members. Oh, so it's just like stealing place. I'm not thinking about his motive. I'm thinking about how he's dead. You haven't been out and about that long. Everything's new to you, even the most ordinary stuff. Guess I forget that includes the extraordinary too. You've seen violence like that before then? Yes, I have. Seen people die? Yes, I have. Seen more people die than most your age? Most lawyers? Probably a safe bet. This is a private subject, isn't it? That is always private. I'm not exception. Do people ever get used to it? I can only speak for myself. Have you gotten used to it? Every time is like the first time. I hope that everyone is like you then. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing anyone should get used to. Sorry to disappoint you then. There are no people like me. Damn, she really said I'm not like other girls. Irashai! Of course! I told you we are going to Reinhardt! I knew it! Oh my god, I'm so smart. I'm so smart. Irashai. To what do I owe the pleasure of hosting my two favorite girls? One Sarah, who's the other? Damn! Figment of my imagination, apparently. Do you want something to drink? What do you recommend? I've just got in this case of beautiful, tawny, deep reds from volcanic soil across the sea. Savory and full with notes of cherry and oak. Sounds delicious. You just described the tree down to the dirt. Well, I would very much like to try it. Sorry, you're underage. She's an android. A very realistic one. What do you say to your customers who walk in and see her drinking at the counter? Irashai? Two waters coming right up. She's so cute. My child. Wait, back up. Your client is the Hound of Ikaria? And I was the last person to find out what that actually means. Then it should be easy enough to tell whether he did the deed or not. The hound always leaves a calling card. So I hear, is that literal? Stark white business card laid neatly on the ground with the house's insignia. I don't understand why the house would go to such length to let the victims know who attacked them. These nobility types, their whole lives are galas and boardrooms and cocktail parties and wine tasting. Torture. Where every sentence has a front and back side to it and every glance is a whole unspoken clause. To them, an unambiguous act of violence is an exclamation point that they can't misconstrue. And the Ihateus aren't exactly at the top of the nobility pecking order. Reminding the others that they've still got their fangs is a viable strategy. They know they're outclassed in terms of how many mountains of gold they have. That doesn't explain why such a supposedly great assassin has gotten made on more than one occasion. Well, he's probably just doing his job there. If all he needed was to get away with murder, he'd be a prisoner or a sniper. A poisoner or a sniper. All the major houses love to use body doubles. If he kills a target behind closed doors, their house can just bring out a spare. Or hell, claim the entire thing never happened. But if the hound kills where the house's rivals can see, the damage sticks. You know a lot about the nobility, don't you, boss? Are you considered part of the neo-aristocracy? Do I look like I got that kind of sway? I don't run a bar in Midtown as a hobby, kid. Wouldn't know it looking at how profitable your wine section is. It'll catch on. The hound was a nasty surprise, but the big reveal isn't making anything click for me. A blue blood assassin trying to mist him mid-trial. I don't get it either, but the blue bloods aren't as rational as they used to be. Used to be? I traded with them a good deal when I was younger, and they were richer. Traded what? Stock tips? Oh. This was before the Ihateus cut them down. I was a young man hungry to establish myself, and the blue bloods were the biggest game in town. The rust weren't even a twinkle in some psychopunk's eye back then, and the Ihateus cartel were just that. Drug smugglers and dope runners. The blue bloods used them as couriers. A reversal of fortune. Could be their names on opera houses and hospitals all across the city today if what? If the Ihateus hadn't killed them all. But didn't they have allies, connections? The morgues were overflowing with cerulean blood. No one wanted anything to do with them. But they were the victims. Corporate partners are risk-averse. Political alliances require you to bring something to the table. And when you fall for that fast, the common folk assume it happened for a reason. They thought that the blue bloods deserved it just because it happened to them. All that was left were the old-timers, the grandparents and the granduncles, all suddenly without heirs. They recruited latchkeys and orphans during the Red Decade found family that become the first gens and then the young bloods. What about the money? You're starting to sound like a real human. Some of it, the cash, the gold, the jewels, the Ihateus just stole. But the vast majority of it was held overseas where it was safe, untouchable, and impossible to get your hands on without the right blood. Yeah, we know about that. Locked behind the GFA. Getting butchered by the Ihateus was a bad beating, but losing that money was unforgivable. The rest of the blue blood mafia around the world will never accept them back into the fold until they recover it. Exiled from paradise because they tempted fate with their hubris. Has a certain poetic charm to it now. It would have to be a very sobering poem. Those are the ones you remember, aren't they? Probably why the blue bloods are still humming the same old hymns, passing down the same ghost stories and urban legends. They did seem to be surprisingly superstitious bunch, crossing their fingers over the red hood, and I'm just saying it shouldn't happen like this. You should have inheritance in case you die. Yeah, but like, who inherits things, Kion, is the question. There is no one to inherit. The problem is that the people who should inherit died. The family, like parents. I don't know how this works. I don't know how this works, generally. I don't know why the old money has no access to the GFAs. That's what's bothering me a bit too. Like, why don't the old money people have access to it, you know? Like the old bloods. I don't know how it works. Probably the idea of the GFA is that there cannot be inheritance wars. Like, not everyone can claim that they were part of the family, you know? I think that's the idea there. Which, again, fuck them over heavy. Maybe their offsprings didn't trust their own parents? Well, that could be the case. I don't know. I feel like that might be the thing. But the whole idea is that at the end of the day... Sorry, I needed to grab my bottle. At the end of the day, all that money is probably worth a lot more if it's been in the bank for so long. Can you believe it? Imagine if out of nowhere, some meticulous way, there's a blue blood heir still alive. That motherfucker is a billionaire now, if not more. Insane shit. Ah yes, the treasure planet of 2088. Look, who knows? The idea is, I'm pretty sure something must have happened between the old bloods of now. Wait, so they killed everyone under 40, yes? Why under 40 though? Something about that. If I remember correctly, it was specifically said under 40. The idea is that the old blood is still alive, but they're just getting older. The idea is that no one can access that money unless... Like, you know what I've been thinking of, and that's been bugging me for a while? Mireille said that the idea is that the whole reason why the blue blood might be wanting to kidnap Makoto is to marry into Ikaria, right? Even if you marry into Ikaria, you will not be able to access the old money. The idea is that no one can access the blue blood money, not even Ikaria. That's why they just took everything that was physical. It makes no sense. Why would they want to marry into Ikaria other than, you know, getting access to whatever the Ikaria owns now? Hey, what's a little lord? That's another one. New spin on one of the oldest tales in the book, The Promised Prince. The belief is that exactly one kid survived the fall of the leaves, one lone heir to all the fortune the blue bloods lost. Ah! But who might that be? Imagine Sosuke. No way though. Sosuke's family was part of the Ikaria branch. The Hayakawa one. Unless he's half-blood? That would fuck with him so much. Got spirited away overseas or out west to be raised in secret, and one day he'll come back to reclaim what's rightfully... You know, I'm guessing you've heard this one before. Is there any truth to it? Oldgard certainly seems to think so, need to think so. It's probably what's keeping them alive. If they can just hold on another 5 years, they finally find the heir they've been looking for, and they can rectify decades of embarrassment and shame. Thinking like that is what makes young blood start talking about maybe the old guard doesn't care what happens to us. Ooh, makes sense. But then that means that the lost prince has to be approximately 30 to 40 years old. Or princess, who knows? Maybe it's a girl. What do they expect? Blood thicker than water. Actually, the full it's actually not, the blood thicker than water is actually fake, by the way. The saying is much longer, and it's something like it's actually reversed, like the blood that you something like the blood that you spilled for friendship is thicker than the water that birthed you, or something like that. Yeah, I know, I have weird autism, leave me alone. The whole idea is that blood thicker than water is bullshit. Choose your friends, not your family. The original full expression is the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Thank you, Sarah! If I cannot trust any of you bitches, I know I can trust you, Sarah. I love you. Love, bitch, love. That actually suggests that camaraderie between those who fought together is stronger than simply sharing a common relative. Further proving my non-family centrist views. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, if that were actually true, then maybe people wouldn't have amputated the expression centuries ago. Still, this is 30 years of water, or blood covenant if you prefer, that we're talking about. Young bloods give their life to the mafia, each of them had to choose it over their own family. It's a pretty raw deal to cut them loose just because some sheltered kid only vulnerable for his DNA decided to show up after all these years. You think the old guard would throw away the young bloods if it meant reuniting with their little lord? I know it, and so do the young bloods. But... Could Makoto... I don't think so. No, I don't think so. That doesn't seem to be dynamic that incentivizes them to look very hard for this little lord. No, it incentivizes them to smother the royal bastard. If I assume my client is innocent, that means someone else killed Tariq Chopin. Someone who didn't do it in self-defense. Tariq Chopin... You mean the son of the city councilman? Adopted son. She really likes to write that, okay? His parents are government officials. Even if they're loaded, the Mob Act can protect all their records. What's the Mob Act again? Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act. The protection is... Okay, I'm not reading all that. Chat, pause the stream and read. You're free to do so. Sarah, look this guy up. What do you want to know? Age, adoption. Ooh. Well, the adoption could be really, you know. I want to know about his adoption. His fathers adopted him in 2066 after 3 months of visiting the gospel home orphanages. Wait. Okay, remember, 66. A private philanthropic institution that is no longer in business. Bankrupt or brought out? Bankrupt. Damn it, if they had just gotten swallowed, the parent company might have kept their records. The adoption itself was somewhat of an event. There are multiple news articles and photos of it. Not trying to cast doubt on the realness of their connection, but they wouldn't be career politicians if they let a photo up that good pass them by. Unless they wanted to draw attention away from who they were adopting and... No, a child showing up quietly in a politician's life looks guilty as sin. They wouldn't let people think. This isn't useful. I can go in circles all day speculating about this. What about the age? How old was he? His age is listed as 27, but the entry has been edited a number of times. There has been a great deal of back and forth between database contributions in the last 36 hours over the addition or removal of an asterisk. It seems his original birth certificate was lost. Well, that's shady as hell. Only kinda. Here it comes. If he was an orphan 27 years ago, that's pretty firmly in the red decade. Lot of paperwork was getting lost back then. That's the kind of way of putting it. What would be an unkind way of putting it? The governments of the world were scrambling. What about the education? What was his education? Tariq Chopin had a law degree. Who gets a law degree and then becomes a patrol officer? The son of a politician, it's not a bad path. If your superiors know you're connected and smart and can recognize when the law is being broken, they'll keep you far away from anything real. You can coast for years and then move into politics as a veteran of the force who's hard on crime. London did mention he was far too principled to be likable or reliable. if joining up with the police was nothing but a calculated move, that means he had a clear plan for what to do after. And it probably didn't involve defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. I can think of a few reasons why a cop would get murdered on a scene of a crime like that, but Tariq Shopping wasn't some ordinary cop. The strongest motive that comes to mind is save. Could he be the lost prince? And they just killed their own blood? That's so fucked then. Wait, you think Shopping was the little lord? You're the last person I expected to believe in fairy tales, Red. Can you honestly say it doesn't fit? If we, for a moment, assume that unicorns and dragons and Tsushinokos are real... What do you mean? Tsushinokos are very well documented. I can show you. What is a Tsushinoko? Tsushinoko. Oh, it's like a slug. It's like a little slug. Oh my god, it looks disgusting, chat. Never mind. Do not search Tsushinoko. Believe me, do not. Well, then, yeah, it's possible that Shopping was the little lord. And if any youngblood knew it, they'd want him dead. Could Han be the killer? I mean, Han did not claim to be neither young nor old blood, but... To prevent the old guard from abandoning them. 3 thoughts come to mind. 1. This is all guesswork on your part. Even the most zealous youngblood wouldn't off a guy just because he happened to be about 30 years old and adopted. They would have had to have seen something that at least suggested it. 2. As I recall, the only youngblood you know of is this Creek guy. And Creek was dead before Shopping ever entered the building. Clear his name pretty handily. The only youngblood I know. 3. I can think of at least one other group that will kill to prevent the little lord from reclaiming his throne. House Ikaria. And who better to cut him down than their most loyal Roop? And that would neatly explain why the old guard would be pissed enough to try and kill Sosuke in a courtroom, unfortunately. Stay positive! Just because the old guard thinks Sosuke killed their precious heir doesn't mean he actually did. Yeah. Could it be Han? I feel like it could be Han. But that's a reach. Hey Sarah, get some footage of me making this next one from over there in the corner. Boss? Well, shoot a promo. I just found this hidden gem where this guy made the best drink ever, that kind of thing. Where it's kind of cheap and fake, but like you're in on the joke and it's not pretending to be genuine. Oh my god, Sarah, shoot me a TikTok. I'm too old for this shit. Boss, with the number of followers Kintsugi has, a video longer than 9 seconds posted at this time of day. I don't want to hear that depressing shit. We'll cross-post or whatever. Oh my god, this is literally Kion yapping shit about me posting something. Oh my god, it is. You know what? I'm gonna start quoting this. I don't want to hear that depressing shit. New vocal stim unlocked. Does it have to be that corner? The lighting will be bad. Any corner, just make sure it's from a distance. From a distance? Shouldn't it be better framed? It will look like shaky cam. Found footage. It's more legit that way. My hands do not shake, but I'll try. What are you doing? Making you a drink, obviously. That's quite a treat. Why? Because we've got some heavy shit to discuss. Okay, hold on, let me save. I'm gonna save over this one. Start with ice. What do we do with crushed ice at Kintsugi, Sarah? Kick it under the fridge! Exactly. Rock ice or nothing when you're mixing a cocktail. I love my baby! Hang on, you taught her that? Oh, these sprites are really cute. There's a drain under there. Not in my kitchen! When the ice melts, it wraps the floor. Half a lime, juiced. Pay no attention to the second half I'm using here. Sarah, red likes it tart. How you're the lawyer and you've got the hell of a mind for all this stuff? Now, you're the lawyer and you've got a hell of a mind for all this stuff. Egg white, toss the yolk unless it's a weekend, in which case, put it in a bowl in the fridge. But it seems to me like you're approaching this shooter from every angle but the deadly serious one. Or gate. If a customer says they prefer simple syrup, you let me know and we don't serve them anymore. You need to consider that maybe the shooter wasn't there for Sosuke. I told you they kicked me out after only a few minutes. No one's sending an assassin after me for that. Wait. Does Reinhard know that Morgan killed? Or... Okay, now I'm curious. Whiskey, black label or higher. Then shake the hell out of it! Word of mouth can be deadly. Down there in the fog. Wait, there was an unlabeled... The child saw us. The child did see us. I saw her leaving the building can easily become I saw her running away. If someone wanted to get to me, a courtroom filled with cops would be a pretty shitty place to choose to do it. Yeah, but it might have been the only time and place they knew you'd be. Mint for garnish with charred cinnamon for smoky ambiance. Serve immediately. Wow, a bitter blessing. Surely with that much lime, it's a sour blessing, no? You want me to toss it out? Thank you for the drink. But I'm nobody, Rain. No one's coming to get me. Nobody even knows I exist. I hope you're right. I am. You won't know if you're wrong until it's too late. Bottoms up. You get all that, Sarah? Yes, boss. Hey, bottoms up is just an expression. You're supposed to sip it for God's... One last thing. Apparently Sosuke's captors talked about some kind of huntsman. If the little lord's an urban legend, huntsman's a goddamn boogeyman. Orcas shooting the shit around, burning tires, trying to make them noobs afraid to go off and piss by themselves. Right, so they're bullshit. I got the same answer elsewhere, but... Oh, they're very real. Pardon? Huntsmen, not a species native to our shores, thank God, but they're real. You just said they're boogeymen. Yeah, and the fact that they exist is what makes them so damn scary. Are they some sort of assassin, like Bresson, the shooter in the courtroom? Nothing so concrete. Huntsmen are virtual shapeshifters. They feel a chill down your spine one night on your way home from work to go to sleep. Wake up at night to a man wearing your own face, choking the life out of you. While he calls your mom from your locked phone across the room in your own voice. But like I said, they're all overseas in more contested parts of the world where the blue bloods are better funded. You wouldn't pay for one of them to come into the country unless you had a really good use case or a weapon only they could take full advantage of. So it cannot be London. Well, I'll be sure to pass that on to Sosuke. Why, so Sosuke can start writing his will? I wouldn't bet against him so long as he knows what he's up against. Urban legends are myths, but boogeymen are easy to kill. How do you kill a boogeyman? Same way I'd kill everyone else! With pleasure. Okay, so it's maybe not London. Oh, right. I actually need a recommendation from you. What kind of recommendation? A bar, I think, needs to be open tonight. Oh, what are you looking for? Well, it's not for me, but how much do you know about host clubs? Cat boys! Oh my god, cat boys are real in this universe! Oh! Sorry. I may have gotten a bit excited. Sorry. Why is Reyes here? Hold on. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Whoa, Han! Just what I said. You can't enter the crime scene until you pass our security clearances. You've got to be... You're a drug-pushing lowlife. Why would I need your permission to go anywhere? I take offense to that. I've never worked in pharma. Han, not the time to be smartass. Reyes, it'll only take 30 seconds. You're serious? This is reality? The city's expecting blue bloods to keep a crime scene secure? They're the ones committing the goddamn crimes! Oh my god, Reyes, that's very bullshit. Hey, if that's your criteria, half the police force should be disqualified. Or is excessive force not a real crime? Or battered spouses not real victims? Guess assault's only assault when it's a real person on the receiving end. Cyanus is legitimate, Reyes. All the paperwork's in order and signed by our bosses. These idiots are walking around barehanded and knocking shit over and leaving trash all over the goddamn place! Should we give them badges while we're at it? Let them investigate crime scenes too? We are at investigate crimes. You have any idea how many missing teens there are in the lower wards? No, because we find them, because we actually give a shit about the people who live down here. I feel like Han is a young blood. Oh, and I'm sure your prices are very generous. Better their parents get a bill from us than a letter of condolences from you. So sorry, ma'am, but he looks suspicious and he was running away. Han, not helping. Reyes, let's calm down. Sorry that I'm not calm, and when we've got actual orca stomping all over the scene where a cop was murdered. Last I counted, there were 5 bodies upstairs. Are both eyes broken, or do you just not recognize anyone without a badge as a human? Okay, wait, well, they certainly don't like each other, got it. That's not good. Perhaps we've come at a bad time. Nothing for it, gotta strike while the iron's hot. The iron seems very hot in this instance, Adonai. Sorry to interrupt, folks. Don't mind me, I'll just go take another look upstairs. Now you? Hey, why not? You nearly died once already today. Why not let these orcas give you the tour? Was that you giving me permission? No, you and London should both be at the goddamn hospital or whatever getting the brief. She doesn't need your permission. She has mine. See? Oh my god! My beautiful lesbian hun got my back. This is what you get, Reyes! This is what you get! If you would be a little bit more, nicer, you could have this. Shaking my boobs aggressively in front of her. Ma'am, you can go right ahead upstairs. Talk over me again and I'll break your fingers. Is that ad recording right now? That sounded like a threat. You wanna hear a threat? Clearly! This isn't gonna work. So, Han, why don't you head upstairs and wait for Morgan? I don't take orders from you. Who do you take orders from? Want me to give them a call? Let them know you're going around kicking hornets' nest and scratching your head over why everyone's getting stung. Whatever. Oh, fuck. I probably clicked too fast. No, never mind. You think you can just walk away before the shit you said? Turn around and... Take a walk, sunshine. London, if you think for even one... I'm not kidding, Farah. Take a walk. Whoa. Maybe he is the huntsman. I'm just like... Forget it. You all can go to hell for all I care. Oh, for... No, not you. Oh my god, that's so cute. She's like, fuck all of you, except you. You're cool. For God's sake. Sorry about the bad timing. No, that was gonna blow up on no matter what. Situations like these require compromise, and Reyes is uncompromising. At least you're around to balance her out. You might be the most compromised cop I've ever met. That was not a very nice thing to say. And it shows that you haven't met that many cops. I'm surprised you're still welcomed around here after what happened in the courtroom. Oh, Bresson? The Blue Bloods are a big organization and Bresson was pretty firmly on the other side. Gals like Han who work in the gray areas might as well live in a different world. If you say so. I just didn't think the Mafia would allow the death of one of their own to go unanswered. They sent him into a courtroom packed with police with a modded arm that only had one shot. I don't think they're surprised he didn't make it back. Did Detective Reyes be alright? She seemed angry. More so than usual. Yeah, she'll be alright, blowing up, yelling, cursing, that's nothing particularly healthy. It's the ones who got quiet you gotta worry about. What brings you back here anyway? We're pursuing leads. Sounds serious. Okay, let's save. Oh my god, she was angry. About shopping. Anyone go digging into shopping after my implications earlier today? Lady Rockford will probably take it seriously if only to cross it off the list, but other than her, I think you mostly just pissed people off. Lucky for you, I was able to convince some techs to confirm soundproof windows theory, but additional analysis of the building has confirmed that the windows and the doors are effectively soundproof when closed. Okay, that's good. Don't expect to be welcome at City Hall anytime soon. Hadn't counted on it. Whatever else he's innocent of, shopping did get here before anyone else and no one knows how. Look, if he really did get some kind of coded message or secret text, there's no trace of it, any comm logs on his personal devices. And it didn't come from any of the tech we've examined on site. Have you found any secret passages on the premises? Afraid not, little lady. But maybe you will have better luck than me. Secret passages? In what world? Your testimony. Was that your whole story back in the courtroom? You and Reyes happened to be in the area? If you don't want to take my word for it, Reyes tells you the same thing. It doesn't seem like she'd want to talk to Adonai at the moment. Can you tell me exactly what you two saw when you arrived? The 10999 went out at around 10:15 p.m. telling us that Chopin's heart had stopped. So we dashed across the street to an elevator. We were descending at 10:17 p.m. when Rogers reported that he was dead. At 10:21 p.m. we approached from the front of the building, saw the door ajar, lock blown in. Then Sunshine and I started clearing the first floor. We didn't hurry to the third floor where the dead cop was. Like I testified, Chopin had flatlined and his own partner had confirmed it was no false alarm. We knew we couldn't do anything for him. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so SOP is we focused on securing the area and clearing the premises. How level-headed. So the officer Roger we saw in court today really did take Sosuke down all by himself. Yep, charging and pistol whipped him right on the head. I assume you found that the first floor was in fact clear. Yep, all these vaults are empty. You didn't wait for Cyanus to show up with the spare keys? Surprised you didn't throw your back out, kicking down doors. Sunshine helped. Besides, they weren't all locked. They weren't? Yeah, I remember that. The one right there was unlocked, room 107. Someone might have been in 107 the entire time and killed Chopin, then fled through the window. Nothing inside there either though. Guess the Blue Bloods missed the lock and nightly roundup or something. Cyanus has unlocked every door in the building at this point, but when I first walked down this hall and when I walked out the front door later, how did this hall look then? If you do manage to find some kind of silent alarm, I'd be impressed. If you prove that Chopin was dirty, I'd be floored. But even then, how the hell are you gonna convince a jury that anyone other than Sosuke killed him? It'll be difficult without counting for the 4 dead Blue Bloods as well. But if you take it all in one as a set, starts seeming plausible as an internal issue, don't you think? What are you wanna pitch this is the Youngbloods and Old Guards going at it? Over what? The juicy bait that Chopin literally died over. Proposition 492. But that's there to disagree about. The project would put money in everyone's pockets. If my theory correct, and Chopin was killed because the Youngbloods didn't want the Old Guard abandoning them. The Old Guard have always hedged their bets on the little lord returning. Does that mean that the Redding plans to profit off of Prop 492, the Youngblood conspiracy? Those papers were tucked inside Creek's safe before I arrived. Well, good hunting. You won't be joining us? Not this time. I gotta go pump the brakes on Sunshine before she finds a bar. Try not to piss off the Blue Bloods with any more wild accusation while I'm gone. I would never. Take care. And that goes doubly for you, Sparky. What does Sparky mean, by the way? It's a nickname, because you're so bright. A nickname! Oh, my baby! But I guess people are always calling you ads whatever they like, huh? Sorry, shouldn't ask first. Should have asked first. What do you mean? I just call you Sarah. But it's my nickname. You give it to me. You can't just take it back. Well, okay then, Sparky. I love them so much. What the hell? Did you hate Spearmint that much? I would never want to seem ungrateful. Damn. Alright, let's see. Seems like the smell's starting to fade. Better live in the memory of blood now that so many feet have trodden through here. Nothing lasts forever. Miss Han? What? No, I already called you this morning. No, they're not. No, they're not. You're being paranoid. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'll call you tonight. Bye. Didn't mean to interrupt another lover's quarrel. What? Oh no, that was... Dementia meds aren't working. They get confused this time of day. Wait, is she talking to Blue Bloods? Sorry, Old Bloods. I gotta start calling them the right names because I'm gonna get confused. Sorry? Forget it. That's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna turn my phone off for a minute and forget. Cute Android, by the way. So, what's up? There's a couple of ways of going about this, but none of them are surefire. Might as well start out big and see if there's anything to this theory. Do the Blue Bloods use silent alarms? Yeah, of course. Thank you for telling us. Sure. I'm actually going to need a bit more than that, Miss Han. It's just Han. Did Creek have a silent alarm? What's a silent alarm? She's hesitating all of a sudden. Is she unsure of the answer, or did she just give her first answer without thinking about where it would lead? Nothing like that installed in the building. Arcs would have chewed it up and spot it out by now. The Arcs is not flawless. It can miss things. Look, you've seen the level of tech the Blue Bloods have. It's secure, but it ain't subtle. True. An Orca-run security firm won't have quite as much luck hiding their subsystems from the police as David Asher did, Sarah. But the Arcs can miss things that aren't tech at all. A silent alarm that's analog? Ha, let me know if you figured that one out. Either an alarm is analog and loud or digital and silent. They don't mix. She's defensive, but her logic is sound. Approaching it from the other angle, then... How could an analog silent alarm possibly function? A literal alarm, but one that can't be heard under normal circumstances. What an audible smell in here. Like a dog whistle. What? You once bragged to me about your sense of smell. I don't think I was bragging. Could have sworn you puffed your chest out at the time. Doesn't matter. If I asked you to sniff something out, could you find it? What would you like me to look for? I still don't have a clear picture of what happened after I left, but there's one thing I know should be here that hasn't turned up once yet. The knife. The cigarette! Let's try the knife. No, wait, let's try the cigarette first. I took that cigarette with me when I left, and then I tossed it in the trash can after the 3 real stops. No need to censor us if you're going for it. Okay, then it is the knife. Right, I'm the only one who knows about the knife. And while I don't know where it went, I do know it had plenty of blood on it when I last saw it. I want you to smell for blood. Adonai, do you really need me to help you find blood in here? I'm not asking you to sniff in here. I want you to smell out the window. I'll try. There are many strong smells in this part of the city, Adonai, but there is something truly unpleasant as well. Something beneath this fire escape. Okay. Now go fetch. You could ask nicely. Wait, Sarah? Yes? That's a very odd rusted fire escape. Take the stairs. You're too heavy. No! As you command, Adonai. Un instant. Several minutes later, Sarah returned, looking worse for wear and seemingly in a bad mood. Did the bait comment bother her that much? Adonai, I do not like digging through trash. It is not a dignified way to investigate. Digging in people's trash is the basis of all good investigation. Easy for you to say when you aren't wearing all white. Oh, my baby! Did you find something? Yes. My knife. And it's charred? I found it amongst the ashes of a blackened steel drum below the fire escape. It seems to have been the site of a fire. That sounds familiar. Wasn't there a barrel burning in the alleyway when I first scoped the place out? There were signs of chemical flame retardant being applied to the barrel. Police must have put the fire out when they first secured the scene, meaning the knife wasn't in the fire all night, but still. There does indeed appear to be blood on this knife, Adonai. So, how did both of the police and Cyanus miss it? Their noses aren't as good as yours, evidently. That is true. But they have drones and dogs for this kind of thing. Yeah, but they have to actually use them. They have no reason to search the vicinity for a bloody knife if they found a sword sticking out of a corpse midsection. Shall we ask the police to check for fingerprints? Fingerprints are mostly oil and sweat. Fire evaporates them both. Then we have to test and see whose blood is on that knife. But DNA is damaged by heat as well. You know, before DNA analysis, blood had another forensic use. You mean blood typing? The DNA on the knife might be too damaged, but modern analytical tools should be able to at least identify blood typing. That could work, Adonai. Great. Ready to get started? Pardon? You were capable of recognizing my DNA, weren't you? When we first met, yes, but... So, why don't you try your hand and analyzing blood type? It's gonna be simpler, right? It might be, but Adonai, to analyze the blood on the knife, I would have to use my Perfect! It's a lollipop or something. It's blood! Well done, blood. It tastes like beef. You don't know what human blood tastes like. Of course I don't. Look, the fire sanitized it. Probably. Just get it over with. I will reference this incident the next time we discuss races, Adonai. Fine by me. Because that's never happening. Analyze the blood! Do I have to do anything? Analyzing flavor profile. Analysis complete. What you got? The blood's from more than one person present. Mostly B negative. I believe it's some AB negative around the tip. Alright, now I can cross-reference that with the rest of the data I have. Thank you for the report, Sarah. You've given me a new lead to follow. Yes, Adonai. And you just made your first forensic contribution to an ongoing criminal investigation. My baby! Okay, so it's gotta be... let me check. Oh, not here. Profiles. So it's definitely not Creek, obviously. It's gonna be Miller, because Miller is B negative. And then it's gonna be Trey, right? No, Trey is O positive. A minus. We need AB. A plus. Could it be Sosuke's? Sosuke was attacked with the knife. How many androids can say that? Now come on, we've got some boxes to take. Okay, I'm going to take a piss break because I've been really craving one since forever now. I'm gonna save over. Here, I'm guessing. Wait, no. No. Oh, I have to start here. Wait, no. What the fuck? Oh, I can oversave this one. Okay. I will be taking a piss break. Please stay tuned. I will be playing a bit more for sure tonight. So, wait for me. I got this. Alright, I'm back. I'm the master pisser. I think I didn't took too much time. I even grabbed some snacks, cause like... Woo boy! Gotta open the Doritos for this one, chat. We are in the trenches! Oh! Welcome. Yeah, it's 100% his blood. But let me just check something. Oh no, not masters. Guys, I just realized I haven't seen Fran this entire episode. Where is my non-binary child? We haven't seen Fran in ages. Where is it? Wait. Rogers. Rogers also has AB negative. Wait, they're both AB negative. It could be Rogers's too. Okay, okay, remember that. Remember that. All right. So this is where they found Krieg's body. He was the only one who hadn't died instantly. If anyone had a chance to use a silent alarm. No, he must have been paralyzed in between the time he was shot and his actual expiration. I mean, Morgan would have saw it, no? Wait. Isn't that tattoo... Wait, that tattoo. Wait, pause this shit. Give me a second. I just realized something really important. Where is it? Okay, give me a second. Oh, fuck you, nah. YouTube, you son of a bitch. Oh, oh, no, I was at the right spot. Komainu, right. That also looks like a Komainu. Remember, Soska's a Komainu tattoo too, but on his back. Oh, his spine didn't work. He could have gotten up. No. He had... So the whole idea with Krieg's dead buried tower... No, Krieg, Jesus, Krieg, Krieg is trying to talk to me through the death, okay? So, first of all, it's buried tower. Let me tell you something about Krieg's murder. So, Krieg had a spine implant. He had a spine condition, actually. You know? And the reason that he did not die in immediately, because so technically Morgan was aiming for his head, but he got up between Morgan shooting tank and aiming at him. He got up, so he was hitting the bowels and hit right in the in that spine implant. The spine implants hit basically caused a lot of damage to his organs, but in the end it also stopped him from getting up and gave him like an extra 4 minutes to stay alive, okay? But he could not get up. The spine, the thing that the spine implant was damaged. He could have not gotten up. But that's like, I don't know if it's in his case file, but I remember them mentioning. Krieg's autopsy. Subject has got closer in centimeters. He's had a modded spinal brace, likely a relatively low-cost, low-tech corrective measure for a childhood injury-grown defect. Said spinal brace prevented the slug from shattering completely, slightly prolonging the subject's life in exchange for multiplying damage in internal organs several-fold. Could he have? He had DT3, but it seems like he has basically overcome it. Accidentally saved over footage and have to restart over, so here I am getting Detective 101 from Navi. What? Blazy, I generally don't know what you mean. Anyhow, I don't think he could have gotten up. They weren't paralyzed. What do you mean? If they had been paralyzed, Yumi would have noticed that in her autopsy. That's true, but he just sat there limping the whole time, didn't even try to move. He was playing dead, letting me think he couldn't move so I wouldn't notice his... Was anything found on in his hands? Anything at all? It doesn't seem like it. They weren't holding something by the time their body got to the morgue. If he had been holding something but dropped it when he died. Help me look. For what? Anything small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Okay, so if he could have gotten up, because Burry Tower is really adamant on it, it looks like he didn't by choice. Maybe he was calling shopping. Hang on, what's this? What's that? What was that? Did you just jump? I was very surprised by that sound, Adonai. It's a silent analog alarm! It's a silent analog alarm that she cannot... But how could Shopping hear it? Okay, pause. What sound? I just brushed against this... This little toy thing. You can hear it? I can, and it's not exactly pleasant on the ears. Could any android hear it? Or is this some special feature David gave you? I'd imagine... I'm in the middle of a fucking investigation. Can you not? Okay, so I'd imagine any android or robot or electronic device with modern features could pick up the stone. Maybe I should close the window before I test it anymore and stop torturing all the dogs in the neighborhood. Closing the window would not matter. It's soundproof though, but the specific frequency of the stone is not in your audible spectrum to begin with. Right. So this device could be heard even through... I could not ruin it absolutely, but like it's my favorite sound and I'd like sharing it with you, my favorite streamer. You know what? Maybe I should remove it. What if I remove dfart? What will happen? Maybe life will become a better place. It's gonna be that one meme is like Earth if Navi removes dfart, you know? It's like we're in a beautiful utopia together. But do you really think Creek was toying toying with that nuisance maker in their final moments? Screw the utopia, what I shit my pants. A vessel of unusual make discovered not far from Krieg's body was found. Pressing it emits a frequency inaudible to humans but capable of being picked up by many electronics. Was Chopin equipped? By the way, this is false because he had a law degree. Doesn't look like it. I'm wondering. Alright, let's check the read. Reading protocol designed to make data difficult to physically redistribute. Couldn't anyone just take out their phone and snap a picture of the pages? It seemed that some of the responding officers attempted to. The ARC showed that they failed. Hello Sanic, welcome to the stream and the channel. That's some fancy ink. What do you see when you look at the pages then? No more detail than you do, I'm afraid. It's strange, isn't it? They went to such lengths to protect this information, and yet these papers were left out where Officer Chopin or anyone could read them. They weren't left there by Krieg. I took the documents out of the safe so I could reach for the mask. And I must have left them out on the desk afterwards. Ankur-tan, supposedly he was the first to die. Logically, he had to have been. He's the one who had the gun. If any attacker got it away from him, they must have done so first. Yes, I can see that the gun is registered to him. Right, registered. Who the hell would look at this guy with that gun and just nod him along? Patrol Officer TC and HR 1 week ago. What? These two! These two! Oh my god! Chopin and Rogers allowed him to carry that gun! TC and HR? Tarek Chopin and Huey Rogers? The badge numbers match. Oh my god! Now this is getting spicy and you're telling me these two were not fucking... Okay, I understand that Rogers is a fucking dumbass. But Chopin had to be a corrupt cop. It seems like they detained Ankur Tan briefly during a stop and frisk and found his gun on him. Finding a gun like this is on anyone with priors during a stop and frisk. At the very minimum, that's ground for 28 days detainment. Why'd they just let him go? They validated his jailbroken gun. Yes! At the very least, Chopin had to have worked for the Blue Bloods, but why? Was it really just for that program, that political bullshit, or did he knew that he might have been the Lost Lord, the Little Lord? But even if he was the Little Lord, the Youngbloods would have probably not liked him. I don't know. Is it possible that he was a criminal informant? If he was a CI, they wouldn't have even logged this incident. And besides, patrol officers don't have their own CIs. Then perhaps they let him go for some other reason? Because they'd already gotten what they wanted from him. Make sure to copy the file of that stop and frisk report. Right away. Found on Tanks' possession over a week ago during a routine civilian frisk by Officer TC and HR. Report follows. Subject in possession of a firearm in violation of parole. Firearm shows signs of illegal modification. Subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone. Subject released with a warning in accordance with the police code 65.3.29e. Personal discretion without prejudice. Interesting. I wanna read last because it's gonna be long and I'm too lazy for that shit. Okay, fine, I'll read first. Is this evidence? It's a piece of crap. Some crime scene talc left behind. Nothing relevant about it. Yes, you're right. It's just displaying a news article they must have been reading. Apparently they've arrested the Heartbreak Killer. Copycat? Yes, the Heartbreak Killer's copycat. And it seems... Just let me skim it for myself. An individual suspected of planning an act of terror has been arrested thanks to quick response from local police and well-coordinated efforts from state investigation. The suspect, whose identity and identifying information has not been released to the public, was apprehended by officers seemingly in the midst of reappearing their attack, having already loaded a firearm and several magazines of ammunition into their vehicles. Police have not commented on whether the firearm in question was properly tagged, but insiders with close ties to the investigation claim that the weapon itself was not what led to the arrest. We had identified a troubling pattern of net activity in the days leading up to the arrest concerning searchers and attempts to access old net portals. The suspect had already been on our radar by that point, so when they posted that manifesto, we were able to quickly secure a warrant on their arrest. The alleged manifesto in question consists of what was, at the time, a publicly accessible online document praising Heartbreak's hardline stance against neoliberal corporate soft power, and listing a number of complaints and criticism against the recent business decisions made by Hano Robotics, most notably an announcement made on their last earnings call that they would begin moving manufacturing jobs offshore. While the decision landed Hanami in some controversy at the time, their stock price steadily increased in the days after, reflecting optimism against shareholders that Hanami's lucrative product lines of mostly heavy construction robots would no longer be strictly tied to national politics. When the rest was first made, no clear connection between the individual and Hanami was apprehended, but Hanami's CFO was been seen speaking at an investors conference at a hotel within 50 kilometers of the suspect's residence, suggesting a possible target. The takeaway from here is that terrorist attacks like this one are easily caught, easily prevented, and there is no standing risk to the public, said lead investigator Kennings in his official statement to the press. To any dissidents out there thinking they're the next heartbeat just because you bought a gun, you will be caught, you will be prosecuted, and your hero won't be far behind. Hanabi Robotics has yet responded to requests for comment, but their official social media account have released simultaneous statements denouncing in the strongest terms rising violence and thanking investigators for their swift and decisive actions. We have also learned that a select portion of shareholders have received messages clarifying Hanami's global market strategy and reaffirming their commitment to their workers, as well as their customers and shareholders. Whether this is indication of reversal of their decision to relocate manufacturing jobs overseas. I gotta save. I fucking hate. I hate articles because they're just so fucking long. I'm sorry, that's the only thing that I don't like about this game, the articles. I understand that it's world building, but it's nothing. This is nothing. A fluff piece. Can't believe anyone would read or write these rags. I suppose that it could have been a coincidence. That's exactly what it is. Damn. Alright. Our client, Sosuke, according to Roger, this is how he found him. Thrusting the sword into Chopin. Or merely trying to retrieve it. Not a huge improvement there. He really was found in a terrible state, wasn't he? That was before the police gave him his cop killer welcoming and... Sarah, bring up the medical files on Sosuke. I want to go over everything we know about how he looked when Rogers arrested him. What specifically? Blood analysis, wound patterns. Let's check wound patterns. How exactly was he injured? His left hand was broken, he had internal bleeding through his torso, bruising and raw burns on his wrist where he was bound, contusions all over the anterior side of his body, and he also sustained a large blunt force trauma wound on the back of the head. His biggest wound was on the back of his head. I guess if he fell backwards to the ground. There is also a small cut on his left hand. How small? As if he cut himself in the kitchen. So maybe the AB negative on the knife is his blood. Wasn't expecting a metaphor there, but it's effective enough. What about blood analysis? He was covered in blood, right? Were samples taken for analysis? The blood on his torso and head was all his own. He got some of Chopin's blood on him while he was face down being cuffed by Officer Rogers, and he also had a great deal of Trey's blood on his feet and pant legs. Any other questions about our client's arrest, Adonai? Not unless there are some crime scene photos you've been holding out on me. I'm afraid not. How is it that I'm the only one who made an effort to preserve this crime scene? That's about wraps up in here. Hold on, I'm munching. Give me a second. Miss Han? Since Sinus is technically in charge of securing the crime scene, what should we do with this? Do with what? Oh my god, girl cannot catch a break. Me too, girl. Me too. Adonai, please refrain from pressing that button any more than necessary. sorry, Sarah. I can see you don't like it. Oh! So any phone could have picked that sound up. Interesting. But Miss Han's phone doesn't seem to like it either. It's just Han. And I don't know what you're talking about. I get messages all the time. This is giving I gave my Android a vibrator and I'm just bugging them at this point. Stop fucking with their vibrator. Han, ma'am, if you could please just admit it so she stops pressing that. Fine, whatever. Yes, you found one of our alarms. Pretty clever system. Not really, it's just an app. You set the frequency and get a note if the app picks it up. The range? A couple kilometers. Thanks for clearing that up. While I have you here though, exactly how fast did you show up to the scene of the crime? Pardon? This is a blue blood neighborhood. Do you really expect people to believe the cops lumbered their way here faster than any of you could? What exactly are you trying to say? Yeah, I'm tuned to that frequency. But I'm tuned to a lot of frequencies. It's a good way of communicating without the Megs or the pigs listening in. So you didn't get this alarm the night of the incident? Didn't even know it went off that light. You got proof it did? Can you explain how else Officer Shopping could have gotten here? Nah, not my job to do either. Is it your job to come to a fellow Blue Blood's aid when they're desperately calling for help? I didn't know Creek like that. I didn't say Creek was the one who had this. I saw where you were poking around and they're the head of the pod, I assumed. Creek's a stranger to me. Doesn't sound like it. Even though you're both Youngbloods. Oh, she's 100% a Youngblood. What? I'm guessing that's what the tattoo means. Neither of you makes such effort to hide it. Oh, the small pointy one. So that's a Youngblood symbol. It is plainly visible even in their autopsy photos. You have no idea what this ink means. Would you tell us what it means? Blood bag. What? The old guard use you as a donors. Gangsters live a life of drugs, smoking, drinking, and back alley mods. Then end up with livers and kidneys that look like charred steak. Who would have guessed? Got no children, cause the Ikaria killed them all. Can't get on the donor list because they're geriatric revealed crime lords. So what do? Hey kid, wanna become a gangster? Let me see if you got what it takes. Hold still while I prick your finger. They tattooed our torsos cause even if you mod off all your limbs, you'd still pump clean plasma. Every drop an indicator of quality. I'm a universal donor, so I've got 3. AAA degraded, just like meat. And Creek? Save it for the trial, lady. Are we done here, you think? Not quite. Okay, that's kind of fucked up. Emma's argument is that Sosuke didn't escape from here. He was brought out into the other room to be questioned and then he broke free. I know that's not true. Sosuke would have been stuck here until the police arrived if I hadn't handed him the maggots too. Well, frame him. And the knife also to frame him. But secondarily, so that he could cut himself free from his bindings. Those bloody rags there? Remember what Sosuke told us when we first met? That he was bound in here the whole time until his bad Samaritan came along and gave him a knife. How do we know what knife he was talking about? Now we know what knife he was talking about. And now I want to know whose blood this is. The blood on the bindings? It would have to belong to Sosuke, wouldn't it? All the other bodily fluids in this room do. Probably. But I need to know. Maybe it is Roger's. No, you gotta lick it again! No, Sarah, you gotta lick the wall. Like literally Charlie and the Chocolate Factory style. You've already done it once. What's one more time? One more time will surely make me sick. Please, Adani, let us ask one of the science employees and stand by to analyze it. They have a record for every fast turn around the DNA test, I promise. For very fast turn. I can show you customer reviews. That's right, Sinus does DNA testing. Typically paternity test as part of their private investigative services. But they have been assisting the police with DNA analysis around the scene. I will flag the bindings to be analyzed. Wait, I have already made the request, Adonai. If you insist on making me test the buildings myself now, you will only be upsetting my stomach to satisfy your own impatience. Sorry. Fine. But I'm gonna cite this incident the next time we discuss a raise. Your words, lady. It really is a shithole in here though, huh? I agree with your sentiment. It's not your choice of words. If not your choice of words. It feels like a cruel place. God damn it, you should have just legged it. What is it? Gummifacon. Was there something we missed in here, Adonai? No, not in here. The windows. They were closed when Creep was shot, still closed when Shopping and Rogers arrived on site. But they were open by the time Rogers got to this room. I used that contradiction to argue for the presence of the third party. Because someone must have opened them to go down the fire escape. And then what? They must have dropped down to the alley and ran away, right? Yeah, that's one option. What's the other? Would it kill them to do some sweeping around here? I guess that would be containment of the crime scene at this point. But then, what the hell do all these cops and science chumps actually do? Lean on walls and screw around on their phones? I think you're being a bit harsh in your assessment, but you aren't alone in your criticism. Detective Reyes had much to say about how Cyanus employees were not wearing gloves and knocking over trash. If they had picked up trash, that'd be removing evidence. The arcs would light up. Adding trash, though. Adonai? Help me look through this. Garbage again? Already? Just start looking. Any of this requires DNA analysis. Wait, there. Red. I don't smell any blood. Not blood. Ink. A torn page of the reading documents. With what looks like a shoe print on it. Shall we try and match it to samples? Good luck, cops or security types all wear the same kinds of boots. On top of which, 99 out of 100 shoes in the city are made by the same two megs. But if the print isn't useful, that just leaves the actual text, and that looks like the letters were all run through the wash and a couple of dozen too many times. Well, it isn't particularly informative, and I don't understand exactly how this clue fits in with everything else we've seen. But doesn't this seem important? Scrap of reading document with a common type of boot print left on it recovered from the room directly below the crime scene. Was missed or disregarded by previous sweeps, or the building that dismissed it as trash. Having been exposed to natural humidity for some time, the red ink is already legible, but the watermark remains visible in the corner. See why. Cyanus? How could it have been lying here neglected this whole time? Nah, princess, I'll have to call you right back. Of course, wouldn't dream of it. Come on, you know me. What'd you find there? More dead man's garbage? Keep it up and you girls are gonna make me look bad. Happy to be of assistance. So, would you like to add to this to the arcs or should I? Well, seems like we got momentum going, so... Please don't let me get in your way. You don't wear gloves on the job, Miss Han. It's just Han, but you already know that. You probably also know that they don't really make them in my size. So, if you find your fingerprints in here, on those windows, or even upstairs... Oh man, I'd be pretty embarrassed. We almost always get rated 5 stars. So, did you need me to walk you out? I'll be fine, thanks. Suit yourself. Just be careful you don't get lost. Sun will be going down soon. It can be hard to find your way back in the dark. Yeah, okay. This idea is starting to look like a pretty safe bet. Your theory that shopping was assassinated as an attack on the old guard? But how can we confirm it? We still haven't met anyone from the old guard. Though even if we had, it occurs to me they would be reluctant to speak with Cupcakkeah's legal team. Don't be so pessimistic. The enemy of my enemy is usually willing to at least talk. And talk is where I do all my best work. Where do we look then? You still got the address boss gave us. Oh my god! We're going! Fuck yeah! We're going to a host club! Guys, I'm so excited! 6 p.m. August 15th. 2086. Blue Bell credit story. Okay. Hold on, let me save. Hey there, tall, red and mysterious. Ladies, please come in, don't be shy. Let me guide you to a booth. Local host. Should we take a seat for now? With taste of expensive as yours? If you get near a menu, these people will drain my checking account and overprice champagne faster than I can blink. Ooh, champagne. As much as you like. It's gonna drain fast if I don't find a way to shut it down. Alright, we just have to find Goro Majima in this place. A surefire way to get exactly the right kind of attention and douse their salesmanship in one go. I need to go with that. Hey, please don't frown. A smile would suit your pretty face much. I need to speak with your manager. Yes! Yes! What happened? They're all walking away. Hey, mama. Yeah, there's some kind of, I don't know, accountant or whatever here to talk to you. The voice of the other end of the earpiece grumbles a response. A cranky one, judging by his reaction. Mom will be out in a second. You're expected to buy something in the meantime. You got tap water? You don't want to drink the tap water in this district. Soda water? That's all overpriced, lady. Might as well get something you'll enjoy. I thought my first visit to a host club would be more celebratory than this. How much thought have you given the subject? Alright, I can look around. Do you think they were being literal when they said you were expected to make a purchase? Probably. Doesn't mean I oblige them. Though it's not like spending money here will make them less likely to cooperate. I would offer some suggestions based on customer reviews and price points, but for some reason I don't see prices listed on any of the items on their menu. Was a mistake made when formatting the data? I really hate this place. Beer, wine, champagne, forget it. Get a beer, I guess. Like, what am I gonna lose, right? Hey buddy, one beer, whatever on tap. The bartender gives me a stare that's trying very hard to be withering. Underneath those soft, warm lights and all that makeup though, the message feels muddled. As expected, that finally arrives is mostly foam. Boss would not approve of their pouring technique. I don't care if it's dishwater and food coloring so long as it gets me an in. Check, observe. Oh, another reading. Let's check. Have you ever seen the establishment like this before? No? Not even when you were apprenticing? There may have been certain work parties where attendance was strongly encouraged, but I never set foot within a kilometer of a place like this otherwise. I suppose if you have a hard spending limit, there's only so much you can enjoy. And it's not a matter of cost. It's a matter of taste. Surely everyone enjoys being paid attention, no? It's flattering. Not everyone takes to being complimented. Hell yeah! I see. So you respond more to being challenged? Oh my god! And then after that, Sarah connects it together. Wait a minute! You're in love with Emma Rockford! What do you think? Perhaps not. Bad enough that I'm walking into the lion's den here, stepping even further into bluebird territory to defend an Ikari assassin. Do I really have to wait for the shoe to drop in a place this sleazy too? Are you perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adonai? You're getting better at picking up on that. You are frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here? There's nothing illegal about a host club. I hope I don't have to tell you guys what the fuck a host club is. So, are you just uncomfortable then? Unamused. Alright, let me check the reading. What kind of light reading gets tossed around in a club like this? Probably something along the lines of, I spent every night at the host club for 1 year. Here's what the staff taught me about emotional workloads in corporate settings. Oh wait, this actually looks somewhat interesting. Fungus systems, bamboo stokes unrest, less than ideal rainfall patterns met with greater than unusual saltwater flooding had already left many of the tropically centered macro farms that produce most of the world's bamboo struggling to meet demand. Now, with increasingly widespread reports of fungal infections, tensions are beginning to rise in the region as its large migrant worker population is faced with the possibility of one of the worst quarters of records. Bamboo is a highly versatile crop. Bamboo is becoming a premier organic manufacturing and constructive material, tailored to grow specifically in a small number of tropic and subtropic biomes, intended to provide this. I genuinely hate this part. The fungus practically chews through the growths you can see through with the naked eye. The hesitancy to provide masks is more politically Wait. Data on the specifically burned pits of combating the spread of the fungus is limited, but most corporate officials agree that the risk of inhalation among personnel is low and masks are an unnecessary measure. Some of the migrant worker population, however, is arguing that the hesitation to provide masks is more politically motivated. The gas mask is still a powerful symbol even today. Back then, workers went on strike because the conditions growing mushrooms in the fungal plots were so unbearable. The region is a home to this proportionately young population. Education lies firmly in the realm of corporate authority. Government officials are also keenly aware of the risks and challenges associated with such large student population. Ah, God. Let me save. Not the reading material I expected to find here, but judging from the article, the megs are getting concerned about growing unrest. The fungus is a problem, sure, but they're engineering their crops around problems like it 100 times before. Easier to update the monoculture genetics than your entire global economics model. The megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. The warmer the waters, the bigger the storms they brew. Mama on deck! Alright, let's see who's this mama. And if it's... Oh my god, imagine if it looks like Goromi. Ah! It would be hot. Is that what I'm saying. The big cheese. What exactly are you expecting? With a title like Mama, I would expect a stern but fair, nurturing figure who... What the hell do you want? Never mind, it's not Goromi. I'm sad. Is that how you greet all your customers? You brought a drink? A beer. Thought it was mostly foam. Beer and wine coolers ain't drinks. That shit doesn't count for anything. Oh, if I would have bought champagne though. Do I wanna roll back? Let's try rolling back. You know what? Wait, did I oversave it? I think I oversaved it. Oh, that's so sad. Wait, where am I here? Oh, yeah, no, you know what? I don't care that much. Fuck it. I don't care that much. Couldn't care less. How much do... Oh, I only used that one credit. Who cares? So nice to be noticed. But you come out here anyway. I take it that means you're willing to talk. Was my mouth flapping not a clear enough sign? Introductions then. I'm Morgan Esquire, criminal defense attorney representing cupcakkeah. With a glowing green toaster as your +1. Couldn't have put it better myself, Miss Kim Hana. Small business owner. Hana Mama Kim. March 26, 164 cents. Jesus, she's the same height as me. AB plus. Small business owner, likes persimmon handbags, joint cracking, dislikes part-timers, binge watchers, and vandalism. Hidden talent. Can slice an onion paper thin in 11 seconds. Relaxed by shooting clay pigeons. Motto, promote from within. And one of the more influential members of the Blue Blood Old Guard, I take it. The Old Guard are the only Blue Bloods that have any influence at all. First gens and young bloods should count themselves lucky to be middle management. Should you really be calling them young bloods? Oh, now the neon robot is gonna preach to us all about political correctness. Now please, before stream is over, check your DMs from me. I need your live reaction. Okay, shut your mouth. Not now. Really, madam? I know PC. My gen invented PC. We've got PC coming out on our ears. So I mean it when I say young blood is a term of endearment. Oh, hi PD! Welcome! Time to get range. PD Beady Meaty. Oh yeah, you had your name changed. I keep forgetting. Well then, I won't hesitate to use it. To their face, better not, they knock your teeth out. How about a trade, Miss Kim? Mrs. You're talking to a widow. One who doesn't need anything from you. Not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. I know you think I can't give you anything. You're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah? What do you think you got? Something I can tell her that she doesn't already know. Should I try the little lord thing? Let's try. Even if I'm right, I'd only be telling her that shopping's dead and no use to her. There's also the chance that she has no idea the little lord is even real, in which case I'd be showing way more of my hand than I'd like. Bresson's face. I can tell you what happened to the courthouse today. At the courthouse today. If something worth knowing had happened, I'd be in the news by now. There is currently a blackout in media coverage of today's event. There's always leaks. Finding one will take time. I can give you a first-hand account right now. Let's hear it. Un instant. She invented floppy disks. She quite literally gets floppy on it. Bresson. What a goddamn idiot. Completely useless. He did manage to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers, even knowing he wouldn't make it out alive. And he still failed to hit the easiest shot of his life. But Bresson is just an incompetent addict. The useless idiot is the one who sent him there. Not you, I take it? Old guard sounds like it moves slow and wise, but we've got our fair share of hot-headed dumbasses too. Impatient hot-headed dumbasses? Time is money. My turn to ask a question. Money. Is that why you've been going after Makoto? Trying to drum up a king's ransom because you can't go to war without a war chest? Who says we're at war? Who says we're in any rush? Our plans are measured in decades, you little shit. No, time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything, you need money. Says who? You? Says the headlines, time running out before you miss the bus on... Nirvana, I'm guessing. That's the idea. Let me save. Nirvana. Everyone in the capital knows it will be legalized before the end of the year. Pah, party drug, dumb money. Yes, dumb money. Best kind of money there is, and you could rake it in by the truckload. If you had the starting capital to build the dispensary network beforehand. As things stand, the grave wave is gonna roll your hard work up in the ball and hand it off gently to the Megs. And the Ikaria. You've been losing this game to them for 3 decades straight, but I can see you still haven't gotten used to it. Course not. Who the hell just roll over those upstairs bootlicking? The goddamn fox smirking behind his perfumed incenses and painted screens and sheets of gold leaf. Should have cut out his eyes when I had the chance. I'm acquainted with the hound. Who's the fox? Should we conduct the survey of all the IFG members' back tattoos? The fox? The kitsune. Goddamn dyingisgay Karya, of course. Of course. It is Icos wielding Chad, okay? The family's patriarch. Haven't had the chance to meet him in person. Huh. Knew there had to be a reason an Ikaria lawyer didn't already stink of cigar smoke. Anone does smoke despite my repeated warnings about health hazard. Have you had your olfactory checked up lately? Loss of smell can be the first sign of... I don't stink. That's a takeaway. That's the takeaway. Now, admit it. You want to capture Makoto Ikaria so you can afford the right to Nirvana to legitimacy. I don't want to capture Makoto Ikaria. You know our history? In brief. So what part of that summary made you think that if I had the chance to end the Ikarian line, I wouldn't take it immediately? Are you speaking for yourself or for the whole old guard? Nah, my turn to ask. Is the hound gonna make it? You asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. Any chances he's gonna keel over from an infection over a creek spot work him over? Did Branson somehow manage to nick him? He's still recovering from the injuries he sustained when captured, but he was not harmed during the incident of the courtroom today. Yeah, Branson didn't even manage to scratch. Not a scratch, huh? Did he even get a shot off? A detective on the scene responded before he could. A detective? Yes. Why? Bah, not wasting a question on him of all people. So she knows! She knows it's London. And by chance, if it turns out that London is a blue blood huntsman and it was sent from overseas, then there is highly likely that the blue bloods of this territory were not gonna do anything because these guys are like Pitianer shit. They don't hold the big money. Speaking of which, the bottles spun back around. Are the Blue Bloods working with the Chopin family to profit of the Proposition 492? Huh. You missed that one. Try another. What do you mean? You think Mr. and Mr. Chopin are working hand in hand with us for a little cross-class embezzling? Those rich pricks wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire and the feeling's mutual. But they're back in Proposition 492. If you could buy the land they need before the city knows that it needs it. The Chapman family aren't your collaborators. They're your marks. Bingo, kid gets the prize. Or they were. The plan's worthless now. That whole courtroom heard me explain how Creek had breeding documents on Proposition 492. Whatever blueprints, whatever land the city had in mind, they'll change all of it. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me, your plan was always fragile. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone with more pull than a tickering officer heard that Blue Bloods had eyes on the real estate. Meaning the Blue Bloods would kill to keep those documents from circulating. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes for Plan Bs. Plan B. Now answer me this. What did you see on those redding dogs that tripped our hand about Prop 492? That was mentioned in abbreviation, if not in name, P492. That was pretty big giveaway. You must have had more to go on that than names, diagrams. I saw Consumer Long's name on there. Ugh, Long, that sloppy bastard. Wait, you didn't know what was on those papers? Not exactly? You didn't know where Prop 492 leaked from? What are you saying? It leaked from the brat, Greek, obviously. Reading means it was printed off from somewhere you trust in a place run by people you trusted. And it doesn't sound like you trusted Creek. Are these your questions? Because they're terrible. And pointless. Blondie's already dead. So Chopin wasn't in on the plan. What possibilities are left then? Might as well try asking while I have the chance. My client overheard something interesting during his captivity. Talk about Blue Bloods bringing in a huntsman. Fake. And you don't even know what that means. Your client heard wrong, and you're a fool for believing him without any proof. Maybe they brought in the huntsman. Sorry, I guess misheard. He must have also misheard that you brought a no mask into the city. Oh, is she gonna reveal she knows about the no mask? Did Sosuke mention that? It's called a bluff, Sarah. Yeah, he must have been delirious. After all, if there had been a no mask at the crime scene, it would have turned up during the police investigation. Huntsman, ridiculous. Maybe he's real, maybe he's fake, maybe he's already behind you. Phantoms like that get their power from uncertainty. If I answered your question at all, that'd be your answer. Hold on. Schrödinger box is already open though, and the mask isn't there anymore. If it's not in the hands of the huntsman, then who has it? A dead man. Who just doesn't know it yet. Final round. But what if we still want to ask? Our house, my rules. Who hired you? Why would she spend her final question on that? Okay, what's the best option here? Do I say that it was straight up Makoto? What to do? I'm gonna try Makoto, if I don't like it, I roll back. I did save, right? Yeah, it's this one. Oh, it's this one, sorry. Was Creek doing Morse code with the silent alarm? Whoa, we haven't been talking about silent alarm in a while. No, the silent alarm has an app. We figured that it's an app. It gives you, like, the exact location, so I don't think he would have done a Morse code. At least, that's me. Let's try Makoto. Makoto Ikaria, if that wasn't already clear. Aha, you some no-name nobody with no connections to any of the families. The pretty air looked you up and hired you to defend his hound. Either you're dumber than you look, or just less curious than a lobotomite, but right away, you really don't know the answer, do you? No, I don't, which I can freely admit. So, why does having it pointed out to me feel like such a defeat? Come to think of it, I have one last question myself. That ain't the deal. Then it can be rhetorical. What are you going to do? Blue Blood Lady wants to know who hired Councilor Morgan. Okay, and... You lost all your heirs during the fall of the leaves. Adonai? You're revealed by the International Blue Bloods for locking your treasure... Wait. You're revealed by the International Blue Bloods for lacking your treasure behind GFA you can't crack. Now all of the old guard need transplants and transfusions from the first and second gens just to stay alive. And they won't be glad to keep that up forever. Eventually you, all of you, will die. Will you rest in peace knowing everything you ever managed to build will be laundered at what, 30%? 40%? 35% just to end up in the hands of some punks you tutored? What a nice young girl you are worrying about your elders. Well, don't worry your pretty little heads over dear sweet granny here. Cause she's a mean old bitch in a line of work where anyone stupid dies of young. She and hers are gonna be just fine. Don't forget to close the tab before you go. Did you get any useful information from your rhetorical question, Adonai? The question irritated her, but it didn't make her despair. I may have misread this. The old guard have a way forward. Provision 492 is no longer an option, leaving them with Plan A, the little lord. But Tariq Chopin is dead. Yeah, he is. If he is! How dare they! After all they put him through down there in that festering hole of a city district, to try and kill Sosuke in the courtroom of all places. The nerve of those blue blood scum! If we just gonna wait for him to stop, we'll be standing here until morning. So, should we speak up? I don't know, I'm terrible with children. Listen, just keep nodding, and if he calms down enough to ask a non-rhetorical question, get my attention. What are you gonna do? Try consulting an expert. Yes! Fran, oh my god! Fran, my beloved! I missed you so much! What do kids your age like? Not my birthday. Not my birthday. I'm not asking for you. And I'm not a kid. So I wouldn't know. If it's for Sarah, I'm not a robot either. Also, they know about Sarah. What would someone younger than you like? I don't know. Even one grade below me. Their sense of humor is impenetrable. Other day the school announced they're gonna be doing test prep at every grade level. And the top comment, before it got deleted, was a picture of a fish with boots. And the caption was... battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side. This is the type of shit PT sends me at 2 AM, I'm sorry. PT, you're up with the age. Your humor is already 2086. Let's go. That's not that impenetrable. It's a very basic non sequitur. How's this for non sequitur? Go ask someone else. All you did there was get back on topic. Why are you even asking? I've been hired by a youth. And I need to interrupt their temper tantrum. I need to put my hearing aid in. What did you say, Navi? That, like, you got the same jokes as... You're up with the times. People will understand whatever you send us at 3 AM back in... up in, like, 2086. You got it. Is this about the 67 thing? No. It's about when you just... Can I read one of your weird texts out loud? Don't worry, it's not gonna be... I'm trying to find the non-personal one, but can I read one? Yeah, okay, let me find one. Alright, wait, I'm on the wrong chat. Go for it. Okay, let me find something. You already doxed me like a year ago. Look, the fact that I accidentally pressed my Steam account was an accident, okay? Shut it. Let me check. Let me find one. Where is it? No, that's not it. No, that's not it either. Wait, I'm scrolling as best as I can. Wait. Maybe I should just check your messages, but this is fun. Give me a second. No, that's not exactly it. Oh my god, Kyon, stop sending memes on this chat. I mean... Okay, so there was this chat out of nowhere from PT back in 2025 on the second day of Christmas. Got a cool spring assisted knife from my dad. I'm ready to take on Craiova. Tell me that this doesn't sound like... Also, this music is giving Conti Gumball. And then you guys were talking about sites. That wasn't a joke. I'm ready to take on Craiova, of course. Is there anything else? You also said at some point, barking so loud, the neighbors called animal control. And I was like, bark for who? And you said, don't worry about it. Why are you asking so many questions? To which we never got a reply. I mean, we sent gifts, but that's about it. Also, you posted... Wait, is there anything else? Okay, you know what? That's about it. You know, I'm gonna stop scrolling now, but yeah, there you go. PD has funny way of texting us, and I love that. Well, what do you want me to do from here? Hack them some fork knife box? Fork knife box! Oh my god! Fortnite mentioned and I didn't realize it until now! What is that? Would that work? Also, what do you mean a youth hired you? Oh, so they must be like... Rich? Yes. I'm like the worst to ask for advice then. What do I know about rich kids? Your academy is full of them. Why do you think I do as much of my schoolwork as possible from my dorm? Don't you at least have a roommate? Nope. Never got assigned one. Guess there was some kinda... unavoidable computer error on their end. Oh my god, this guy. This is hopeless. You're usually good at gift giving and shit. Buttering up judges, bribing court officials, slipping coins into viziers' purses. You have a very adequate view of what my work entails. Medieval, in fact. I heard he passed. Did you know him? Oh, Fred, you're the best. Oh, he's the best, dog. Whatever photo that is, fail to send. GDI. I mean... What would you do if they were a rich adult? Flatter them or whatever. Rich adults are used to people wanting their money. Flattery puts them on guard. So, what's the approach? You approach them as though you already work for them. Pretend you're a butler. Acting on wordless commands they've given without an original thought in your head. They aren't suspicious of anyone who feels like they already own. That mostly makes sense. So do that. They've probably got more in common with rich adults than kids their own age. Yeah, or you know, anyone else with a soul. Unless there's some reason you can't do your iconic butler technique here. Because I don't want to act subservient to a child! Sosuke did strain himself slightly when he tried to tackle me to the ground, but that was the extent of it. Oh my god. I'm so happy Fran was here. I miss them so much. Yes, as my ad says, no one was hurt. Well, the attacker was part of an officer involved shooting, but no one else was hurt. Oh well, then perhaps we should just forgive all and make peace. Those fools will regret their actions. The anger of the house once aroused, is not easily satisfied. Shit, I thought there was a lull, but he's ready to start back up again. As Sun Tzu says, if your opponent is a choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Well, yes, but please calm yourself, Makoto of House Ikaria. We need to speak with you. Damn! Good job, Sarah! About what? About Sosuke. You think he's done something to deserve this? That's not what There's nothing Sosuke could have done to justify what the Blue Bloods have put him through. I assumed as much, but Makoto has no idea what the Hound of Ikaria was doing up until a year ago, does he? These questions are foolish. I'll not waste my time. A wise man can learn more from foolish questions than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Quote the Bhagavad Gita all you want, robot girl. It is not impressive for a machine to... Bruce Lee said that. Damn! Damn! Cook him! Cook him! Well, he was probably paraphrasing at the time. Will you help us or not, Makoto? Please? If it's for Sosuke. Enough! Finally! Aquas-wielding Chad is here! Electric blue irises flash a deadly glare. The room's shadow seems to extend in his presence. Curling and deepening like ink dropped into water. Did Sarah just out herself via film reference? Yes, but like Sarah... So, Sarah likes watching movies. That was part of her horror lore in the first chapter, that she learned a lot of things via movies. Especially feelings. Also, the fact that she used it against Makoto, beautiful. That's a gangster. Chairman. All of you, show some respect now! He says it out of practice without actually looking around the room. One glance would have shown him there was no need to demand respect. Every head was already bowed. This is a man who is used to others not meeting his eyes. The rest of you, get lost. Okay, so can we talk to the Icos-wielding daddy now? Their practiced obedience didn't betray them. They all slippered away into the halls of a complex without so much as a creak of the floorboards. And even so, their anxiety was screaming at me like a bad child begging to be taken advantage of. His presence here today was not expected. Now then... Oh. Come here, Makotan! Makotan! Oh my god! He's got the... Oh my god, he's gonna have the Majima here. Oh my god, wait. I might actually like this. Wait. Grandpa! Ah, how are things on the front lines, huh? Makoto is the heir, so the chairman is his grandfather, of course, but... My little warlord making his enemies tremble with fear every time he sets foot out the door. I was not expecting the head of the house of nobility to be so affectionate. Even what? I thought you and father were still in the capital? Well, we were. And we made a lot of powerful people in that city very frustrated while we were at it. And made a lot of frustrating people very powerful, I'm sure. Wish I had seen their dumb faces solemnly nodding when I cancelled my meetings. Just to fly home and see my grandson! Haha! Chairman, apologies for the lack of introduction. I know exactly who she is. She's our lawyer. Any good? She is not entirely incompetent. I would hope he could say more than that. And she is also somewhat perceptive, Chairman. It looks like both of his eyes are modded because they glow. Like, sir, I'm begging you, put on some brown contact lenses, you know? Knows when to keep her mouth shut, clearly. How bad can she be? Her methods are odd. She came here to ask me about Sosuke for some reason. Haha, not another word. Chairman? Back in the storehouse on the second floor, there's a cask of sake that I won in a drinking game 5 or suppose it'd be 6 years ago now. Would you go and fetch it for your grandfather? Of course, but old trick of the trade. One sip and anything we tell her becomes inadmissible in court. I see. Very clever, Chairman. Makoto is allowed to drink sake? The hell's wrong with you? Of course he can drink. It's the ceremony of it all, damn it. Understood. I'll go retrieve it right away. Have one of those layabouts that were in here fetch you a ladder first. Make them earn their keep for once. Put on a suit and pair of glasses and think you can just stand there for the rest of your career, you lazy. Read your damn emails if you got nothing better to do. Should we be seated a certain way or... There is no cask of sake. Oh. But then the strategy of becoming intoxicated in order to avoid... I made it up. You're the lawyer. There any truth to what I said? No need for tricks like that. Attorney-client privilege already binds my hands. I'm working for House Ikari right now, Sarah. I mean, hell, Makoto could confess to me that he's a mass murderer and I wouldn't be able to tell a soul. So then, why did you send Makoto away, Mr. Chairman, sir? I want to walk the gardens. Oh! Are we supposed to follow him? He left that part unsaid. How can you tell? Hey, quick strategy meeting. You know what a butler is, right? Damn! She's gonna dump the whole butler shit on Sarah. I'm glad you have such an appreciation for attorney-client privilege, sir. It makes these conversations go much smoother. But if you trust privilege so much, why don't you trust your grandson to be here? Don't kid yourself, Copper. That boy is the future of this family. If I didn't trust him, there would be no point to any of this. Everything I built. Dynasties aren't dynasties unless you manage to actually pass them down. What you've built in the last 30 years is undeniably impressive. It must have required astonishing brutality. Progress is brutality. And history is unkind to the gentle. Is that why you orchestrated the fall of the leaves? To get your name in the history books? Orchestrated. So grand, so full of it. We knocked on their doors and then they opened them, so we shot them. Walked up to them on the street and split their stomachs wide. Pulled up beside them and let loose full auto on their limos. It wasn't anything as complicated as orchestrated. I executed. Oh! Damn! Majima! Give me a second. Oh my god, his birthday is coming up, chat. His birthday is coming up. 172 centimeters, 104 kilograms, blood type O+, occupation CEO, Ikaria Financial Group. Likes bodybuilding, archery and bonsai. Dislikes phones at the dinner table. Undefeated at enjoying spicy food. Enduring. Smells like cedar, tobacco, iron and dried blood. Handshake, vice-like. Okay. And my uncle named me his successor for it. The Blue Bloods weren't even able to put up a fight. They weren't worried about handshake events and social media perception. Though that their friends in high places would be there when they needed them. Thought they had already won. So how'd you get away with it? Good timing. No one noticed the leaky faucet in a downpour. This was right before the Red Decade got underway. And once the border started locking up, there was no chance of reinforcement. We never saw it coming. We didn't know there was a bubble. We didn't think things would get that bad. That's what they always say. The losers. The scapegoats paraded in front of our courts, and cameras to meekly reassure the national audience that no, you couldn't have done anything. You did everything right, so did we. We're all victims of uncontrollable market forces here. Stale bread for a piss-poor circuit. With a pity party instead of proper gladiators. I saw the signs, but more importantly, I didn't ignore them. Draughts from heaven, no grain in the storehouses. There'd only be room for one family of thieves in this city. I made sure it was mine. Last call, all aboard. And everything you've built since, Renogen, Area Holdings, the legitimate half you're so proud of? That was the easy part, actually. Reprivatizing an industry is tricky business. How do you break up a state-controlled monopoly into a healthy, diverse, and competitive private marketplace? How? Don't know! I'll let you know if they ever pull it off! The shit show they did go with was easily gained. Sprinkle some cash in the right bureaucrats' pockets and we were able to snap up entire economies wholesale. We being the nobility. If that's the term you prefer. Adonai, why is he confessing? He's not confessing, Sarah. This is bragging. Mr. Icaria, I'm not looking to take up too much of your time, but perhaps you could help me understand something. The inciting incident, as they say. In screenwriting. They say it elsewhere too, probably. A year ago, you extended an olive branch to the Blue Bloods over Nirvana. Was it genuine? My curiosity was genuine. But not your financing. Is that why it fell apart? Why Makoto was attacked? It fell apart because those first gens and young bloods on theirs are hot-headed idiots who can't follow orders. But I expected as much. It's why I ordered my hound to be present, on standby. But he didn't assassinate anyone that day, did he? No. Instead, Sosuke stepped in front of a blade that was headed for Makoto. And he's been guarding the boy with his life ever since. Was that your order as well? My order, yes. Not my idea. But I'm the patriarch, not a dictator. If my sweet siblings and darling nieces and nephews make an earnest request, who am I to refuse? You had to be pressured into letting Sosuke guard Makoto? Weren't you concerned about Makoto's safety? Of course I was. I just know the best place for the queen is on the attack, not hopping around the king's sides blocking checks. Hey, chess metaphor, help me out. Any piece can sacrifice themselves, but there's only one queen and she has by far the most mobility. It is better to keep her out in the open, ideally near the center or the field, where she can attack freely, at least assuming you subscribe to... Okay, got it. But here's the question. Why have the Blue Bloods kept trying to capture Makoto for over a year now because of some hot-tempered idiots? What's your answer? Why do you think they would want to capture our little Makotan? His blood, ransom, revenge, no reason. No, there has to be one. But what is it? It's definitely not ransom. I don't feel like it's revenge either. Is it his blood? If they were literally out for Makoto's blood, they'd want a steady supply. Mirai suggested they try for an arranged marriage down the line, but Kim doesn't seem interested in anything of the sort. The Blue Bloods aren't lacking in motives for revenge. A bloody culling followed by 3 decades of humiliation is more than enough. But the most fitting revenge would involve them killing Makoto, not taking him captive. And while I can't imagine plenty of ways to extract revenge from a living subject, gangs have to maintain a balance between being feared and being tolerated. If the Blue Bloods proudly tortured a child to death, they'd be run out of the lower wards by their own constituents. So, ransom? If they took Makoto captive, they could extort the ihateus for King's ransom. Once. After that, the ihateus would make them pay in every other way. And even if the price tag was big enough to ease all the Blue Bloods' woes, the resulting gang war would drain the coffers all the same. People can easily kill for money, but for them to take Makoto's hostage? No reason, really? Well, they wouldn't want to capture Makoto. They don't. A certain mama said as much to my face. They'd much rather kill your sole heir than capture him. It's what I'd do. If they had any heirs left. But then, why keep attacking Makoto if not to capture or kill him? Their goal's never been Makoto. It's just that every time they've gone after their goal, Makoto's been there. You mean... It is Sosuke! Put another way, the purpose of an operation is what the operation accomplishes. They've been trying to capture Sosuke for over a year. The other day, they finally succeeded. You think those idiot punks wanted to take my hound alive? I don't think. I know, because that's literally what they did. They captured Sosuke and brought him down to the lower wards to torture him. Idiots, if they don't talk after the third, they'll never talk at all. The third what? It wasn't just any Blue Bloods that tortured him. It was a pod led by a young blood named Creek. Young, old, bound by blood or water, they are the same scum. As you say, but I've learned that there are some pretty big ideological rifts among that scum. The young bloods captured him, no doubt on old guard orders, but just an hour ago, an old guard was asking after Sosuke's health. They didn't want him harmed. A generous interpretation. I'm guessing the young bloods knew that, but they tortured him anyway. Probably because they wanted to know why they've been repeatedly ordered to capture him. Out with it. Why would they want my hound? What the Blue Bloods want ultimately is simple. So simple that my android can answer this one. I can? What do the Blue Bloods need right now more than anything? A lot of money. Without which they can't invest in legalized nirvana. Such a shame, Dad, but we'll be happy to pick up where they left off. So at a time when they need money, they're throwing their young bloods at capturing Sosuke. Ergo, capturing Sosuke must open a path for them to get their hands on lots of cash. My, I look away for a few days and suddenly my hounds skyrocket in Wait, did they kill every heir but kept one? And raised it as their own? To one day be able to access all that money? That would be insane! But it would fit! Who do I have to thank? Who raised the price on his head to such a degree? What about Sosuke makes him so valuable? His blood. It has to be his blood. Chat. Who raised the price on Sosuke's head? You did. 30 years ago, you made him irreplaceable when you killed everyone else who shares a drop of his blood. Oh my fucking... Yo! Sosuke is the little lord? Last descendant of the Blue Bloods ruling families, and the only person on Earth who can get them back their fortunes. Hell of a shot in the dark. You gonna deny it? Dude! Dude, that's insane! Sarah, when did the attacks supposedly on Makoto begin? About a year ago? What else happened about a year ago? The meeting between the Blue Bloods and the Ikaria that fell into chaos. Makoto made it out without a scratch. But only because Sosuke stepped in front of the blade for— They tested his blood! They tested his blood when they attacked him! And they found out that he was a— Yo! That's wild. I can assume that Sosuke is an impressive martial artist, with very well-defined pectorals and collarbones. But even he must have left blood on the floor that day. Yeah, he bled that day, but it's not as if he bled blue. You telling me the old guard could just smell the resemblance? They didn't need intuition or guesswork. Their private security organization, Cyanus, is in the business of securing crime scenes, cleaning them up, and performing paternity tests. Yo, this is wild! Could have been a whim. Could have been they were hoping to match him to DNA left at other hound attacks. Who knows? But I would pay good money to have been a fly on their wall when they saw the results. His reaction to this information, it's not very strong. That's to be expected. I've just told him a bunch of information that he already knew. He already knew Sosuke was the little lord? That chess metaphor you used a minute ago might have sounded like a solid reasoning if I actually played. Unfortunately for you, I find the game boring. Hell yeah! So it struck me as a very odd that a grandfather like you, equal parts doting and calculating, would ever place his heir's safety below concerns as a vague as optimal play. He didn't wanted Sosuke to be in harm's way because, oh my god! But why keep him alive? Why? You didn't object to Sosuke guarding Makoto because you wanted to keep your hound. You just couldn't convince the rest of the house it was a bad idea without revealing who Sosuke really is. If you knew Sosuke was the real target and would keep getting attacked, then having him guard Makoto would actually be putting Makoto in danger. You know, bonsai? They look like miniature trees, but they aren't. They're shrubs. You condition it to look like a miniature tree by pruning it daily until it stops trying to grow into what it meant to be, and instead lives as what you want it to be. Took the Blue Bloods 30 years to figure out my scheme, and you solved it in, what, 48 hours? You deserve a toast. Now, I wish that sake was in the storeroom. Instead, as a reward for your effort, I'll give you a story. 30 years ago, I saw the future. Not in a statistics or stock prices or consumer confidence indexes. I saw it in people's eyes. Fear and delusion. The sinking feeling that maybe everything really is made of bullshit and seafoam. And that, if you ever stop to look down at it, you'll fall to the bottom. Jesus. Can't warn people, they won't believe you. They'll strangle you to death for implying their boat might have a leak. Only one thing to do in times like those. Take advantage. For 1 year we pulled back. No resistance, no bargaining. We let the Blue Bloods hungrily swallow what we had left behind. For 1 full year we withdrew and waited and sharpened our knives. 1 year of preparation for 1 weekend in August. Hottest August of record. They left all the goddamn windows open. So it went fast. We shown up, get to work, leave the mess for whoever cared to see it, and drive up to the next address. I did 22 myself. And even had you asked me back then, I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of them. Except for the 22nd. That's Sosuke's father! She had firm eyes, cold eyes. Oh no, never mind, that's Daisuke, I'm stupid. No, not that harsh. Cool eyes. Like condescension on steel. And she was very brave. When I took aim at her, she blinked. Not even upset, just exasperated, like I neglected to hold the door for her. My mouth was dry, felt like I hadn't spoken all day. Had to clear my throat to speak up so she could hear me over the babbling of the river she'd fled to, and the shot in the distance. Wanted to ask her why out here, why not a panic room, why she was wearing a medical gown, and why her thighs were covered in... She just gave birth? Oh my god, I'm actually gonna lose it. But instead I just asked, why aren't you afraid? She said, I can't be afraid, I'm a mom now. Wait, that's actually hurts. That's actually so sad. I've always liked that answer. So when the pistol stopped ringing in my ears and I heard the baby wailing in the bushes, I felt inspired. It's tradition in our family going back centuries that eldest child be guarded from birth by a nursemaid, typically from a branch family. So he gave Sosuke to the Hayakawa branch. Because he couldn't kill the baby. Oh, this is so fucked up! What? My wife would be due soon, and the Hayakawa clan had been an unfortunate casualty of that month. There was an opening. Expertly done. But why let him live? I don't know. So that I could invent the little lore. Build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across. You started the rumors about the survivor. So long as those fools still had hope that they could reclaim their former glory, they never rallied themselves into chipping away at ours. And if there ever did become a real threat again, I'd have the world's most valuable hostage ready to put them back in check. You turn your enemy's last hope into a meat shield for your family, and eventually your personal attack dog. That was just a bonus. The heir had come of age, and so had Sosuke. He was free to choose any career in the family business at that point. He became the hound of his own accord. I'm sure. But that just irrelevant at the end of the day. What? It helps me understand why the Blue Bloods have done what they have, but it doesn't put me any closer to proving Sosuke's innocence. But Sosuke is their little lord. If we tell people, won't that change anything? Well, for starters, we won't have any of this in court. Of course not. Can't exactly go telling the court about my exploits 30 years ago, not when we have attorney-client privilege. But if you use your influence, if you reach out to the Blue Bloods... What? We'll work together to set Sosuke free? I killed everyone who could ever consider family copper. Besides, a few old crooks waiting to die. Anyone who shares a drop of his blood is in the ground. Most of them put there by me. I did all of that to sing the Blue Bloods. Now that they're finally ready to die, you think I'd throw them a lifeline just to protect one man? Just to keep one man out of prison? He's right. I'm not allowed to disclose anything I've learned here without his express permission. It would complicate the tax suit against my family terribly if it came out that I lied about the blood relation, wouldn't it? Sosuke's in the will, after all. That's the law. Didn't mean to run you in circles, honestly. I would have preferred you never wasted your time on unearthing any of this. That's what I get for relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose. So it was... Wait, so London is a double agent? What the fuck? You're the one who wanted me to keep my investigation limited. I thought you'd get a picture and hurry up and make a plea deal, negotiate the charges down to manslaughter, get this all squared away so we can focus on fighting this damn audit. Audit? Sosuke's on trial for his life! Sosuke's want to protect his family with his life. I'm respecting his wishes. If he does go to prison, the Blue Bloods will die knowing their little lord is alive. But permanently beyond their reach, rotting in a cell for killing their own men in defense of their own worst enemy. I can see why you wouldn't mind that outcome. A hostage that you're never willing to sacrifice isn't a hostage, just a babysitting gig. I spared his life 30 years ago, this doesn't even cover his interest. So Sosuke's always just been a tool for you, a hostage you'd protect until the perfect use come along. I've always wondered, do tools appreciate that part? When they're used properly. What do you think, Copper? Does Sosuke have any complaints? That doesn't make sense. Huh? Sosuke is a veteran. He served in the military. Did you grant your hostage permission to go risk his life for his country instead of you? It's not like he was one of those Minutemen they throw at walls. He was never in any real danger. What about as your hound? Deadly assassinations and infiltration missions, he could have died during any of them. Why let your perfect hostage, your obedient tool, take on such dangerous work? Why give him your last name? Why let him live under your roof, raise him like a son? Why trust him with protecting the life of your son and your grandson? Why are you lying and pretending you don't... Pardon my android's outburst. Oh, I feel like he does care. He's just putting up a front too. I guess he learned to love Sosuke. I'll have to adjust her conversational parameters later. Don't bother. Just rip its voice box out entirely if it's going to speak over a man under his own roof. Goddamn Copper. Next, the furniture will be telling me what I feel about my own damn family. Raise him like a son. What a bullshit. I have no son. Counselor, do your damn job and tell Sosuke to do this now. I'm sorry, that wasn't very butler-like behavior just now. It's fine. It was a good play in that moment. But do you think he meant that? I don't know. Do you think he meant it when he said he has no son? Makoto is Daisuke's grandson. If he has no sons, then the previous head that Sosuke grew up guarding must have been... Makoto's mother? Okay, pause. Mirei is the mother! Oh, she was the mother all along! Also, this shit's still bugged out or is intentional, I don't know. Is it safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues? I have no issues with trust myself. But as you've seen, the house has very particular preferences when it comes to information siloing. Fancy words, you could have just told me who you are. I told you my name and my position in the house. It is relevant that I'm married, that I'm a mother. Should I be flattered? You told me you work for Aria Holdings. You didn't mention her, at least the second most powerful member of the house. If I had to tell people that it wouldn't really... If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't really be true, now would it? You could have told me your relation to Sosuke. He guarded you every day of your life up until you were... 19. 19. He's your goddamn brother. So that message you wanted me to pass along. If you see a way out, take it. You wanted him to try and make a deal with the Blue Bloods to get out from under the house. If Sosuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there would be dozens of Blue Bloods ready to confess to the crimes he is accused of. So you know. You knew. And if you thought he could parse that message, that means Sosuke... He's not an unintelligent man. Merely stubborn about all the most frustrating things. What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna... As soon as I'm done with this part, I'm probably gonna end stream for tonight. This is getting spicy in the hottest sense. What do the Blue Bloods want from Sosuke precisely? A blood donation? One sample will not suffice. They need to be able to validate their accounts whenever called for. Daily blood donations then. I told you, the old guard want to become nobility. How did they cement alliances amongst the aristocracy of old? They want Sosuke to marry? But the old guards are old. Sosuke already got as much blue in his veins as they could ask for. They don't need him to marry into them, they need him to marry into power. Not the worst thing to have asked of you. Have you ever been in an arranged marriage? Don't call it a gift. What about you? You were the heir apparent up until Makoto was born. All that time, Sosuke was your bodyguard and driver. And poison tester, though that would most often entail me giving him concoctions to try. But his assignment actually ended when I married. Subtracting Makoto's age, that had have been over a decade ago. So he joined the military the moment he didn't have to shadow you anymore. And after he got back, he has to become the Hound. Guy must really hate guard duty. He must! Daisuke. Back up a moment. Your father didn't want me uncovering Sosuke's parentage. Most likely because he didn't want Sosuke to know the strength of his own bargaining position. But you told me to pass Sosuke a message that he'd only understand if he already knew who his parents were. So how long has he known? And how long have you known he's known? And when did Daisuke cease knowing, well, knows what? Around the time Sosuke left for the military. Hell of a thing to find out at your entrance physical. It was before he left for the military, actually. Did that influence his decision? Sosuke finds out he could be the richest man in the city and then he wants to risk dying in battle. Quite the guilty class consciousness. I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. You'd have to ask him. I apologize for any gaspful knowledge you've had to work around. But hopefully you now understand how delicate of a situation you found yourself in. Yeah, I can smell the explosives and hear the fuses sizzling. Just don't get why no one's gonna... Just don't get why no one's gone over to stomp them out. Jesus, I've been reading for hours now. Give me a break. If Sosuke known this whole time, why the Blue Bloods wanted to capture him? Why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't defect the moment he learned the truth. Who knows? You'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all the aid my position allows. I suppose it was kind of you to share information with us at all. Being in charge of the legitimate side of your family, you don't have any connection with this incident yourself. Not quite. No connection with this incident. That's not quite accurate. Pardon? You do have a connection to this case, even if you yourself don't realize it. I found a note by the body of the Blue Blood who took Sosuke captive. It read M. Ikaria. This was one of the men who attacked my son. I'd imagine a note with his name in the list of what you found. M is not for Makoto, it's for Mirei. But why? I'm losing my... They've never been after your son, not once. It's always been about capturing Sosuke and Makoto's just been in the crossfire. Which Sosuke knows, which explains his reluctance to accept the responsibility of guarding Makoto. So I seriously doubt this dead man was interested in Makoto Ikaria. Mirei Ikaria, however, has no relation to the world that dead man lived in. That was decided the day she was born. Does... No, wait, pause. But you do have a relation to Renegen. Makoto mentioned your family was given one seat on the board as a show of respect. I take it as deception too. You may have let Renegen go public. But you've never given up control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what Renegen makes and the prices it charges. Renegen is best known for patenting of methamphetamine, a patent which expired years ago. Plenty of other companies making it now. And yet the price hasn't gone down. The invisible hand sets price where it will. Sure, but this is your invisible hand. A normal corporation couldn't strong-arm its competitors into keeping prices high. That'd be operating as a cartel. But the reincarnation of the Ikaria drug cartel would know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. If that were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. These executive types care easy when the perceived threat is anything bordering on the physical. Of course, it helps that the end result is we all profit immensely. But yes, methamphetamine is very lucrative. What of it? That dead man, Krieg, had a brother with expensive tuition and CAD. Type 2 abnormal diabetes. Wait! He was diabetic?! Oh my god, it's just type 2, buddy. Get over it. Try having type 1! Sorry for my fellow diabetic people. I will shut up. Type 2 abnormal diabetes is a subtype of autoimmune disorder diabetes, first discovered in the mid-21st century. It is characterized by the body's inability to regulate its own blood glucose levels, while type 1 diabetes is largely due to genetic factors, and type 2 diabetes is acquired by poor diet and exercise. So, I do want to say this about genetics. I have a grandmother who is kind of stupid. I will say this now because she will never hear this, but she's kind of stupid. Last year I had a conversation with her about diabetes because, I don't know, we were talking shit, and I was explaining to her that my diabetes is mainly due to the fact that there is someone in my father's side of the family who had the diabetes. So I got that from genetic factors, but it got amplified tenfold when I was turned 7, and I went through a traumatic a traumatic surgery. I had a very bad surgery going through, and that, plus the fact that I had the genetic stuff going on inside me, caused me to turn out to be diabetic half a year later. It was like a boom, you know? And like in like 6 months later, I had it. And she was like, it's not genetic. I read it from XY. And I'm like, yeah, I doubt your sources are fucking realistic, bitch. Please shut up. I'm sorry. I love my grandparents, but they are going very senile and they piss me off. Especially when we're talking about my medications. Like, bitch, you didn't live in this shit. Shut your front door. You don't even know my father. Neither do I. Shut the front door. Anyhow. Type 2A diabetes is mostly believed the result from childhood exposure to specific artificial sweeteners and seemingly cannot be reversed. Oh. Exactly which artificial sweeteners contribute to the disease is still not well understood, but the disease's increased prevalence in urban food deserts is well documented. The most severe symptoms of TAD can be managed through diet and exercise, but even then, the peripheral neuropathy, deterioration of nerves in the limbs, and overall fatigue can be debilitating, aka people with diabetes have a chance of losing their own limbs, aka like straight up cannot walk anymore. That's fucking realistic shit. TAD can be treated with a variety of medicines, but the most commonly prescribed is methamphetamine. I'm guessing this is the futuristic way of insulin that is currently made by ihateus. I can't believe ihateus is making insulin, chat! Of course I'm gonna support them! As it can be ingested as a daily pill rather than injected like many comparable drugs. The cost of TAD medication is a well-known issue, particularly in urban communities with high youth population. While Renegen's original patent of methamphetamine has expired and there are generic versions of the medication freely available, prices remain high even for drugs produced by direct competitors for reasons that remain unclear. Renegen has maintained that methamphetamine is sold at the proper market value and has suggested that state-mandated quality control processes are to blame for the inflated cost of the drug manufacturers are forced to pass on to customers. Wait! You guys raised the price of for insulin shot? Never mind, I don't like you anymore. Anymore. Jesus, I cannot speak anymore. So they had diabetes. Okay, because like I tried to search TAD, but I could not find anything. Because we just call it diabetes and then you say type 1 or 2, where I'm from at least. He needed methamphetamine for the rest of his life. Then he really ought to choose the proper insurance plan, don't you think? I don't get the impression that family member coverage is a benefit the Blue Bloods offer. Ugh. I suppose even the Mob Act has its limits. Yes, one could find the name of M. Icaria in relation to the Renegen board if they looked hard enough. So, you think this Greek individual was going to threaten me? Come up to me on the streets with a knife, a gun? He wouldn't get within 100 meters. I don't doubt that. Now the rest of this is speculation, but he might have just wanted to contact you. That would have been even less likely to succeed. So you truly don't care that his brother needs his medicine, this medicine? Why would she? I mean, Sosuke is like a brother to you, and you've gone out of your way to try to help him, even when you stand to gain nothing from it. Yes, but I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by the effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? My apologies, new android, still adapting to conversation. You know what he sold back before, what we sold back before Energen? Before the facade of nobility, back when we were the Icarus cartel? Opioids? Yes, it was still illegal back then, but not for everyone. Take the exact same compounds, but put them in an extended release pill and sell it at the pharmacy, and that's just pain management. It's all the same poison, equally addictive whether you get it from dealer or a doctor. Have you ever seen someone go through opioid withdrawal? Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight, they testified. Pain like that eats people alive slowly and replaces them with something unrecognizable. A loving parent would steal from their own child if they thought it could buy them release from that kind of pain. Painkillers, what a joke. Does Regen produce painkillers? No, we do not. People die if they don't get the medicine they need, and I'm sure their families mourn them. But addicts die little more every day of their life until the day they finally fade out forever. And their families feel disgusted by themselves for breathing a sigh of relief. For breathing a sigh of relief. Plenty of kinds of evil in this world, little girl. Plenty to choose from. For real people like us, if you don't choose, the choice is made for you. Now, wipe that look off your face and assess the following address. Renegen.mainfinancing.prescription financing options.out-of-pocket.apply. You have that memorized? But this portal is not listed or linked to anywhere on the site. I know, but it still works fine. By law, we have to have it, but we can't be blamed if the website is poorly designed. If you know any despondent crybaby college student looking for coupons to help pay for medication, they might want to start there. Oh, wait, she's so nice. Wait, that's... Pause, this is... Oh, she's actually nice. Stop. It's for the brother so he can buy insulin cheaper. Thank you. Episode 2. Reveal a hidden connection between warring... I got an achievement. I'm trying to read it. Give me a second. Between warring parties. Aww. This is kind of sad. Don't thank me. Don't. I can't stand it. Just save Sosuke's life. Don't know how you pulled that off. Adone? They do consistently refer to themselves as a house. Perhaps they simply value family more than you think. Okay, I gotta save. Okay, this is it. This is it for today. This was an insane reveal and I adored it a lot. But God knows I gotta save here because it's 12 AM. Almost, and I still have a shit ton of things to do. And I will not see my bed until 2 AM because of this godly good game. Oh, this was amazing. This was amazing. Also, Kyon, you wanted me to read something, but I don't know where the fuck is that thing. You didn't send me chat. Oh no, you added me somewhere. No, never mind. Never mind. Give me a second. Give me a moment. So, Blaze, you're making fucking memes of me while I'm here. Fuck my UC up. Okay, so Kyon, what do I have to look at? Because you sent me nothing. Blazy. Was this the meme you sent me? That was the reaction. Oh, sorry, it was a blue name, so I thought it was you. Thank you. I enjoyed it thoroughly. So, oh, okay, cool. Okay, cool. I thought it was Kyon because of the blue name. I only assumed that only one of my mods shows up on my stream. Sorry for the assumption. Okay, again. By the way, PT just posted another weird shit in our chat, and I cannot read it out loud because I feel like that this might be a location. But again, he just proves that he got the. Excuse you, Will. You got the humor of a kid of 2086. You are wonderful. You can. It's fine. Okay. So Piri says, phone directions. Turn left onto Cunningham DR. Me. Cunningham. You know what? I love waking up to messages like this. Slay, mama, slay. Are you talking about the funk version, PT? Dr. Rico's Drive. Oh. Sorry, my bad. Sorry, not Dr. DR. Anyways, why did you... the fuck is the edit that you made? Blazy be doing fuck all. But... okay, I'm not gonna drag the kettle out. We get it. You bought a kettle. Congratulations. Anyway. This was a stream. And I am more than excited to see where the story is going. I think we can finish it next week. So stick around to see the fate of Sosuke. And we're getting like 15-year-old girl reading Tiger Beat when Blazy made that edit. Damn. Wait, you sent me another one? Oh no, that's the same one, never mind. Thank you for sending it to me as well. No! I'm part of the... Girl! I'm part of the Discord chat where you sent it, the edit, at 11:08 p.m. You didn't have to send me in DMs too. I literally made this group! I'm the owner of this group! Yes! I have a little crown next to my name. I'm the king! Anyway, so, as I said, thank you guys so much for watching. Please like the stream because that helps a lot. You can also follow me on all the social medias down below. And if you're 18 and above, please join our Discord server because we'll cool there. And play of the devil, but don't spoil it to me because I will be finishing it next week and I hope to see you guys there. Bring out your little tinfoil hats and your best protection because the coppers might get wild in the courtroom next day. I wish you all a good night and see you this Sunday where I will be trying as well to attempt and finish Yakuza 0 for good. I really hope that I don't have to go through all the dates with all the stupid, you know, like all the hostess dates. I could not be bothered, honestly. I just want to see the ending by myself. And yeah, without further ado, I'm going to be out. Have a wonderful night and see you the next time. Bye-bye.